to protect your soul.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. To create a song, I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on. Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the highways, and on we'll go. possible.
Hello, 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 hello. Big hello, everyone. Welcome to another good, but also very chill FGO stream, because tonight I have a lot of work to do with the with current round of the lotto event. Because I wouldn't say I'm behind, but I am wanting to try and get as much done as I can, because I do need all the QP I can get. So we're gonna be doing that tonight. So hi, it is me, your friend, the good Ragged VStreamer, tonight on this wonderful Monday evening, or still daytime if it's that part of the world. Where on tonight's schedule, like I said, we're going to be grinding out the event, because it is the lotto event, and I've been looking forward to this because I need QP and I need a lot of it. So I don't really have like an end goal as far as like boxes go, but I'ma just try and get as much done as I can, because the more I get done, the more QP I'll have, and the better off I'll be, especially for the summer, because it's gonna be a rough summer. Hell, it's gonna be a rough FGO in general for me, but better grind out now than have nothing to do later. So that, like I said, is a plan tonight. There's only like a day left of this current round, which is it's round 2, and I got like a day left on it, and then we have round 3, which is probably gonna start tomorrow evening. So tomorrow, while I, keep leveling up my samurai, I'll still have FGO on the side, grind that out. In between, like roulettes and whatnot. And then, of course, after Tuesday, it's gonna be around 3. So I might do like a last minute grind session next Monday as well. That way I can try and get as much done as I can for this event, which also includes getting like all the story stuff done, which I'll make sure I actually get that done this time, because I think last lotto, I want to say it was like October, November-ish. And it was around that time frame. It was like the last lottery one, where I kind of almost forgot to finish it, and I didn't do it in time, and I didn't get the free grail at the end of it, and whatever other scores I could have got. So I gotta make sure to get this one done on time, which I will. I promise I will. But yeah, so. But while we're grinding this thing out, we're gonna be listening to spooky stories again. It's always a nice thing to do. Listen to spooky stuff while grinding out gacha. But that's not all that we're gonna do, because I wanted to save it for now, but... So... On a Star Rail, Castrus's banner goes away on Wednesday. I thought I had a lot more time to worry about it, but... turns out... I did not. So... I'll still be grinding out a lot of the event tonight. For FGO, but I think for like the last hour-ish or so, I'll do some polls on Stario, because I at least want to try my hand at getting Castrus. I doubt we'll get lucky, get her early, but if it is possible we get her early, I'll do the same thing with like GUN on ZZZ, where it's like, I'll go for the other banner, try and get her light cone. Might have to drop a little bit of money if I want to, if it gets to pity, which probably more than likely will. So I'll do that later tonight, which I'm not gonna do any story stuff for Star Rail, because I know for a fact that there's gonna be some parts where it's like, you know, because obviously I have to do most of the talking in it for the parts that aren't voiced yet, and I want to try and avoid that as much as possible with my mouth as is, which is another reason why I'm grinding this out tonight and just kind of resting my mouth some more for at least the rest of the week, because I think by the end of this week I should be good to actually try and talk a little bit more and whatnot. But until then, I'm gonna keep playing it safe and just keep resting. Talk a little bit here and there if I can. So not gonna do any story stuff or ZZZ or Star Rail for a little bit longer, and gives us a chance to do other stuff in the meantime, like grinding out FGO. So like I said, that's the plan tonight, is to do more FGO stuff. So that being said, though, big hello to everyone that's here, chilling, vibing, lurking, hanging out, all that good stuff. Pleasure to have you. As always, if you're lurking, I appreciate the lurk. Just remember, you can either mute the tab or you can turn the volume down on the stream. Just don't mute the stream yourself, that way your review can still count. Helps out a lot more than you think, and I say thank you, cause you're awesome. All awesome. So YouTube stuff, the VOD stuff, I did get VODs pushed out, but I'm actually gonna wait until Thursday. I don't know, I said I was gonna have them go up today, but I kind of forgot that one of the VODs, I have to edit that back together. So on Wednesday, I'm gonna have to edit that back together, which is the I think it was the MCC Infinite Halo night a couple weeks ago, I want to say, before the surgery, where it's like it went down for a little bit and then it came back up. So I have to edit that back together. So I'll do that Wednesday. I should have got it done this like during the weekend, but I was trying to get the Halo highlight done and get the Nuzlocke vid edited and rendered out for this week. I'll get to in a minute. So VODs have been pushed out. I didn't get to actually schedule them, because the one VOD I have to edit back together That's like early on. With the other VODs that I have to go up. So I can at least get it started tomorrow before stream, but I won't have any time to get it fully rendered out tomorrow. So Wednesday, after I get home from doing other stuff, I'm gonna have to get that rendered out, uploaded, and get it all good to go. So that'll get done this week. And then as far as the second channel, or I guess main channel goes, got the weekly Halo highlights uploaded for today, which went up earlier today and had some good games from last Thursday. So I'm actually kind of surprised that we had some good games on the night. So hope you enjoy. It was pretty good, just saying. I got that done yesterday for today, and then I also got the next episode of the Alpha Sapphire Nuzlocke also rendered out. I just have to get it uploaded, and then get it scheduled, which I'll do that tomorrow because I have more time to do it tomorrow when I get home from work. I'll get that done. Also get the thumbnail for it made tomorrow as well. Get it all probably... Hopefully I can get it done before stream. My hope is to get it done before stream. But I can at least get the thumbnail made tomorrow. Get it all done for Wednesday. Which I would have had it done, or at least had a thumbnail done today, but when I got home, there was like a couple of like envelopes like on my desk, and open up it is like a bunch of like tax stuff that I all had to pay off at some point. But then it reminded me that it's like, oh, I have to get the tags for my car renewed again. And I was like, oh shit, I should have that done way before now. But you know, week of surgery, I was preoccupied with getting like stuff edited and whatnot, and it slipped my mind. And then I probably could have done last week, but you know, by that point it's like getting back in the flow of work and getting other stuff done. But again, just when I didn't even think about it, totally forgot all about it until today. And I'm trying to scramble around to try and find the envelope for it. Which, look, I found it because it was a spot that I should have looked first, but didn't even bother to look there first. So Wednesday, since it's like the last day to do it, after that, then it's like I'll have to pay like more money because it's gonna be a late fee on top of it. And rather not drive around with expired tags on my car, get pulled over, and get a ticket, because that would suck. So probably early Wednesday, not like early Wednesday, like, you know, jury duty, which again, another reason why I forgot all about it last week, because like jury duty was like main focus on my mind, wanting to get that done and then get home and go back to sleep. So like as soon as like I can get it done on Wednesday, I'll get it done Wednesday, get back home, finish all the YouTube stuff, and then, you know, worry about everything else after that. So it's gonna be a slightly busy week, which of course, the when we go to do Star Rail stuff later tonight, I will get that highlighted, work on that on Wednesday. That way we'll have a gotcha vid on a Friday. Which again, I'm hoping we get lucky. If I don't, I don't, and we'll just kind of play it by ear. So won't do any shiny hunting tonight. Because again, like, I'm not sure how long I'll go for, which is like another reason why I'm kind of playing this week a little safe as well. is because while I am getting tired like a little bit earlier, I think that's mainly because of like that's how I was during like day of surgery and all that stuff, trying to rest up as much as I can before getting back into streaming and going to sleep. Going to sleep at a decent time was good, but now when I want to stream and all that stuff, it's like now it's getting to be well, lack of a better word, tiring. So trying to get back into the rhythm of trying to do like full, like at least 6-hour streams again. So I can end at around like 2:30 ish. Kind of get back into that for a while and have that be the norm again. But since I didn't want to try and rest as much as I can for this week, because hopefully next week everything will be good again, and then like I don't have to worry about like having to rest my mouth so often, and then other stuff. So after a Saturday stream, fingers crossed, I'll be good again. So yeah. But other than the YouTube stuff, which again, I'm thankful that all I got to do for VOD side is just edit that one VOD together, and then after that, you'll be good to go again, hopefully. Because as far as the gacha side of stuff, not much to go about, because after Wednesday is when a Naxa's banner is gonna go up on Star Rail. Probably won't be going for Vivian on ZZZ, even though like I really want to. Let me her banner zoom it up at some point. Or that probably is right now, but I'll look later. I'll probably have to, but I gotta update ZZZ anyway, because 1.7 stuff. Yeah. Gacha side is a little bit quiet for now, which I'm actually kind of happy about, because like if we had a lot of shit going for gacha stuff, I'm gonna be like, fuck. But I still gotta look into the whole like second anniversary thing for Star Rail. I gotta read this. But yeah. So again, apologies for the little bit of a late start. I was trying to get something done, aka saltwater gargle time, because I was just eating food and it was like, oh, I got plenty of time before I gotta start stream. Let me just take care of this real quick. And then of course it took way longer than I wanted it to. Cause like I turned around, looked at the time on the and was like, oh, only 8:32? Ah, not that big of a deal. Get back in, and it's like 8:35. I'm like, there's no way in hell. It took me 3 minutes to go from one point to another. To go from the kitchen to here. Like, there's no way in hell. Like, 3 minutes is like, I was from like one side of the house to the other. Sure. You know, if I'm just like taking my time walking through, like, sure. But half the distance to 3 minutes, like, nah. Something's up. Then I go back out and it's like, oh, of course, clock on this thing is like a couple minutes slower than everything else. Like, of course it is. What? Yep. Yep. Other than all of that stuff, pretty much it. I feel like this week might be a little bit on the quiet side of everything. Unless, like, something drastic happens on, like, the gacha side of whatever. Or someone else happens. I believe that's gonna be, everything. At least I think it is. So, like I said before, we're also gonna be listening to some spooky stories. Because why the heck not? I always like doing it. Probably should have had it preloaded by now, but eh. You know what? Let's do this one. It's a couple months old, but you know what? Why not? But let me make sure I can get past all the intro stuff. Oh, it is going straight into this. Alright. Alright, so this one just goes straight into it. Alright. Alright. Cool. Alright. So, we're gonna just go straight into event grinding. Oh, hey, Descending. Welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. Morning to ya. Arrived just on time at the beginning of the spooky stories while I grind my brains out on this event. Which, of course, what better way to wake up than having, having some, spooky stuff to listen to. Twitch keeps me recommending film play streamers only. Wait a minute. If they're recommending them to you, and you show up here, does that mean I'm a femboy? Surely not. I can't be. New outfit idea? Potential model idea? Thing I could get done in the future, because why the hell not? Also, apologies if anyone can hear fans in the background. It is a wee bit warm right now, so I have like fans going to make sure I can get cool down. Yeah, like I haven't had Twitch or YouTube recommend me anything that would keep me around. Because it's always like the generic, like, here's this new person, enjoy, and it's like, me. Maybe some other time. But not right now. You got the mentality. I mean, I did have the 3D female model at one point. I had that going for like a year or so. So I'm kind of tempted to get another one made at some point, but that'll be way, way down the line. Because first I need to get new outfit for 2D, get 3D model made, get new outfit for 3D model made, and then female model. You know? So that last one is like way down the line. And then of course, there's another thing I wanted to get done this year, which I might still attempt to try and get off the ground. Which, for like a model, like 2D model thing. Just give you a bunch of voice streamers that you recommended one of the streamers to test. Hey, if they can, you know, play flirt and it's like, oh, they're actually a really cool person. I'ma stick around. All you said was game is game. Hey, you know what they say about, you know what they say about true friendship, right? True friendships are the one that, you know, you can play flirt with your homies and they'll be like, alright, I'm game. I am actually kind of surprised Automod. What? No, it was the it was the first thing you yeah, that one. 'Cause I happened to look over and it was like Automod held it. I'm like, wait a minute, what? It's like, all right, Automod, you do you, but it's like I want to allow it because it's. Yeah. Twitch Automod been weird as hell. Oh, Automod, why you be weird? Hey, if you got a cold, I feel you there. I feel you there. You know, take some medicine, get some plenty of rest if you need it. You know, because like after the surgery, I think at this point, like a week and a half ago. Like, after that whole experience, I would rather get just sick with like a fever or a cold or whatever than have to be in like extreme discomfort from like after the surgery, because that was rough. It's like I would rather be sick for 2 or 3 days than have to take like 3 or 4 days just because it's like my mouth is fucked up and it just ruins everything. Because at least with like being sick, it's like, oh, like your nose is stuffy, yeah, mucus like everywhere, but at least you can do stuff, kinda. You know, you can walk around, you can do whatever, but when it's like you're almost essentially like bedridden, because like anytime you go to stand up, you get lightheaded, your sense of balance is off, you're nauseous as all hell. It's like, ugh, ugh. It's like, just let me let me be sick for like 2 days and I'll be good. I think hitting the most, like, legs are itchy. I just for pitters for hours. Yep. Yep. That was like me the entire my first night, because I get home from the surgery and it's like I'm just trying to lay there, and it's just like 2 hours on, stay up for like 2 or 3 more hours, doze off a couple more, wake up for like another 2-3 hours, and it's like on and off for like the entire evening, night, it's an early next morning. It was just like, say the football back in the system. You think you need to throw it back up? Yeah. Yep, because that's where I'm at right now, is I can't eat anything like solid, you know? It's like all I can really eat is like, you know, SpaghettiOs, soup, Jello, pudding, mashed potatoes, like anything that you can literally just like put in a straw and just suck down. Like, that's what I can do. But tonight though, I was able to eat some ramen and be like, oh my god, I can actually eat something that's like not soup or soup like, and actually fill me up. Like, oh my god. It was like, I know it's not much, but when all you've been doing for like almost 2 weeks is just like eat nothing but Jello, pudding, soup, mashed potatoes, it's like you want something new. You want something different that won't just like throw you off of it forever. Because it's like, even at work, it was like I would have soup at work. It's like I would have like the microwavable soup stuff, trying to eat that on a 30-minute break, and it's like, so it's like, why did I keep doing that for like another week or so? Like, oh, I would have it would have been like, say, hey, we're gonna have soup for dinner, you want some soup? I'm like, fuck no. I had that shit for 2 weeks straight. I don't want more of it. Maybe tomorrow. Or for the all I eat, where it was porridge. Hell, fucking, I probably would have been okay with fucking oatmeal at this point, like, you know, like, as even though like I tried oatmeal before and it had like literally no taste to it, just anything different that I could just try and eat, I would have been okay with. But hey, at least got something new to eat now, so yay. Have a new potential dinner for like the next week or so. I am hella excited. But yeah, like, I haven't talked about it before, but I tried to, I kept it like PG-ish, but yeah, it was like early morning on the Friday after, which would have been the 18th, I believe. Yeah. So I want to, if I remember right, I want to say it was like 6:30-ish in the morning on Friday. And this is after like being only going like sleep 2 hours, wake up 2 hours, sleep 2 hours, like, on and off for, like, the entire night. It's like, wake up, like, 6:30, whatever. And it was just like... It was like, well, I'm awake. I don't want to be awake at this time, but sure, I'll be awake. Fuck it. You know, I'll just go get something to eat. Background of a sim load. Oof. But, welcome back. Just in time, too. But yeah, it was like... Early in the morning, I'm like, I'll eat something. You know, just... I'm like, kind of hungry, but also not at the same time. So just get something in my stomach. You know, then hopefully I can try and go to sleep. But then it was just like... My stomach said no that morning. It was like, oh. Alright, I guess we're doing this. You know? So it all came up that morning. And then I was like... Fuck, that was rough. Alright, time to go to sleep. Because, like, I'm the type of person that's like... If I get sick... Like, I'm done for the day. Like, no matter what it is. Like, day could have literally started, like... You know, wake up 9... Be like 11. I get sick, I'm like, I'm done for the day. It's like, I'm sleeping... Do not bother me, like, I'm done. Because, like, that's how I was, like, all throughout, like, school, like, growing up and all that. Where it was just like, if I get sick in the morning, done. And, like, it could be 7 a.m., get sick at, like, you know, 7:05, done. I'm done for the day. It's like, Mom, I'm sick. I can't go to school, like, done. And it's like, alright. Just get some sleep. And I'm like, alright. Sleep all day. And then I wake up like 5 o'clock. And I'm like, oh my god, I feel better now. But, you know, by that point, like, no school. So I'm like, yay. Gotta push through because this year is an actual exam until August. Gotta be a proper adult. I mean... Hey, at least it's only 3 months and not longer, or 3 months plus whatever else you gotta do, you know? Because, like, imagine if it was like, oh, you only have 3 months left, but then you have like an extra month of other shit you have to do, and then it's like, fuck. You got college. Yeah, but at least at that point, then it's just like... It's like, yeah, you're in school again, but it's just like... At least you can plan things out and then, like, you know? 3 months till the exam, then around 4 months from college. To start. So realistically, you got 3 more months of current stuff, and then you have 4 months of like a small bit of freedom before going back to school. I mean, not bad. Like 4 months of like downtime to do whatever. Not bad. Exams on 18th. 19th, and then September league the results. Start playing for college the results around 20th September. Yeah, you got this. I believe in you. You got this. It's just gonna be 3 months of hard work, and then you get, all the payoff in September. If you, you got this. I believe in you. I believe you will pass, and you will you will pass with flying colors. So no need to worry. Our program is 4 years, but people who fail is 6 years. Got a backup plan in case you fail. Hey, that little phrase right there, backup plan. You're already doing good. You're already doing good on that. Do you feel to start working media while studying if I probably study for a year first? I mean, 3 hours, like, ain't bad. Honestly. Sometimes gives us 4 hours on Saturday and Sunday. I mean, if it was me, and it was like, do like the classes on the weekend, but work like 2 or 3 days like during the week, oh, I would do that in a heartbeat. Because that way it's like you have time for school, you have time for work, and then you have time for other stuff. So it's like the best option. At least until like school's over. And then it's like whatever after. But you gotta go in with a positive mindset that you'll pass, because you will. And then you'll get into the college of your choice. And then you'll pass that with flying colors. Here's you can't come just text the professor and send you the materials. I mean, in a weird way, that kind of just sounds like just take online classes. You know? Which, if that's an option, if you just stay at home, is do it online. Fuck, I just do that. I just do that. I'd just be like, you know, find a job that's like I can work around like school stuff, and then just be like, just pick that. Because that way it's just like do online stuff whenever you want, get it done like super quick. Then it's just like, all right, I can work, you know, 2 or 3 days, and then do whatever else. Like other options, don't really like it. Lazy because on the cost of it. I feel ya. I feel ya. Which, honestly, I don't want to sound like a boomer when I say this, but I 100% mean it. That mentality is like, I would rather go to a class and do it online, because I don't want to run the risk of like, you know, slacking off and just getting behind, because then it's like I'll get screwed over, like I'll screw myself over in some way, and it's like, versus like if I go there, then it's like I have to pay attention and like focus and everything. Which is funny because one of the people that I work with fell into that little problem, you know, where it's like they got complacent with like the school, and then like they fell behind like a lot, and then it's like they screw themselves over. During COVID, just like every class, Jesus. Away from 5 to 6, Jesus. The only time I will ever be awake at 6 a.m. is if like I'm doing a 24-hour stream, or I have to be somewhere at 8 a.m. That's the only way I'll be awake at 6. Because at that point, it's like I can wake up at 6, try to get awake at 6:30, get dressed and everything by 7, and then like leave after that. I haven't been 11, not bad. Yeah, there's only one time where that's why your sleep schedule is so fucked to this day. Yeah. Cause like for the longest time, my sleep schedule would always just be like, you know, be up till like 3:30, go to sleep, wake up at like 9 or whatever, go to work. Which obviously during like high school, all that stuff, I would always be up till like 2:30, and then I go to sleep, wake up at like 6:30. Because at 7, then it was like, because when it hit like 7, then it's like, bus could be arriving any minute. Heads up. But after that, is when it was like I'll be up to like 2:33, which a big thing wasn't that wasn't good either is one of the jobs that I worked at every Friday and Saturday. Like, I would always be there from, like, you know, well, at first it was like 5 to about like midnight. And then after a while on Saturday, it was literally just like 11 a.m. to midnight. Maybe even later. Because at that point, when I would get home, I still gotta eat, do other stuff, college stuff. So by the time I got done, go to sleep, it was like 3:30. And I wake back up at like 10 to do more school stuff. And then that was literally like my entire schedule for like the 2 or 3 years I went for my associates, and then like the and like 2 or 3 years for my bachelor. So now my sleep schedule is always, you know, 10:30, 10:30-ish, to about 3:30. Actually, no, 4. That would be like 10 to 4, like every day. Because again, if the job I was working at the time during taking like online classes for college, like I'm pretty sure if my job didn't have me always leave at like 12:30 or 1 in the morning every time, my sleep schedule probably wouldn't be that bad as it is now. You know? Where it's like I'd be going to sleep at like 2:30. 3 at the latest if it's like really bad. But during like 1:30, 2 a.m. is when I go to sleep, wake up at like 9-ish, well rested, but nope. It's, hey, you still have assignments to do on Friday, Saturday night. So you're up until about 3:30. And then you go to sleep, wake up at 9, go to work. So because of that, that's how my sleep schedule is. Yeah, during COVID is 6 to 5, sleep, 5 to 11, do school work. 4 to 3 some fun, and then 4 to 6, try to get some sleep. That's so bad. It's so bad, but I also can't say much, because like my schedule's not that good either. It's bad. I should work on it, but I probably should have taken the time while I was resting up during the surgery to get like a better sleep schedule made. So it's like 2:30. You can just do whatever, you can just pass right out. But nope. And now it's better. You guys go from 7 to 5, then get home, try to sleep at 11. Yeah, that is a much better sleep schedule, you know? 1,000 times better. That is a sleep schedule you should try and keep as much as possible. I want you to sleep at 8, then wake up at 4, so there's some alone time to do stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you go to sleep at, like, at 8, that's not a whole lot of time between, like, getting something to eat and then just going to sleep. Like, if it was me, I'd probably just be, like, 9:30 to 10. That way it's like I have, like, a small window of, like, you know, if I get stuff done early, go to sleep 9:30. But if whatever takes a little bit of time, then it's like go to sleep 10. Wake up at like, you know, 4:30, 5. That way it's like wake up, have a little bit of time to get breakfast, and then it's like off to school. Do that, get back, relax for a bit, eat, do a little bit of whatever. Go to sleep, like 9:30, 10 window. Which I know that's not gonna work for everyone, but like if that was me, that's what I do. You know. Can't breakfast living like an old philosopher. And coffee. Oof. First thing you do, put some coffee and a free pack of cigarettes. Yeah, I am not a morning person at all. Cause like I wake up, I'm like, I don't want to be here. And then I just like lay back down for longer, and then it's like, hey, what time is it now? Oh, it's noon? Alright, time to get up. I just like throw the blanket off, roll out, and it's just like, alright, day has started. I'm awake. What do I do? Which I don't eat breakfast. Like I'm not really like a breakfast kind of person. My kid likes to grim like someone is broken still a car battery. It's like, you know the funny thing is, I've been told like a couple times, especially when it was like early in the morning at like, you know, like the job I was talking about before, where it's like, if it's early in the morning, they'll be like, hey, you okay? I'm like, yeah, why? Like, I don't know, you just look kind of grumpy this morning. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, did you get a lot of, get some sleep? I'm like, yeah. About 5 or 6 hours. Which is normal. He's like, alright, well, you know, just making sure. I'm like, Yeah, you know, it's all good. And I just walk off. It's like, alright, thanks, bye. And then I get told later that evening, it's like, you okay? It's like, yeah, why? It's like, I don't know, you just seem upset. I'm like, nah, I'm just focused, like, just doing my job, you know? You're like, alright, well, you know, just checking on you, and like, alright. I am literally, I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. I am the exact same way. If it's early in the morning, do not bother me. Do not do anything that will piss me off. Because then I'll be in a bad mood. And that will affect my mood for the rest of the day. And we got here at like 9 AM to be pissed. Just don't throw something at me like early in the morning, and it's like I have like no way to like prep for it. Like that, like that's the kind of thing that upsets me the most, is when it's like it's early in the morning, you know, I've only been awake for like an hour or so, and then like all of a sudden it's like I have all of this extra stuff to deal with, like out of nowhere. It's like I have no way to prepare for this. Like you just threw it at me. Like what am I supposed to do? Which is why I don't go to work at 10 or 10:30. That's where I work now. Where I've been for like the last 5 years. Cause that was hella annoying. Walking in like 10:30 and just being like, hey, here's this, and this. I'm like, I just got here. What do you want me to do? I can't do nothing. And like, don't care, do it anyway. And it's like, well, fuck. Now I'm upset. And then it's like, for the rest of the day, I'm just like, just grumpy, and just like, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. Ow. Ugh, that hurt. It's like you just got rid of a body, so doesn't it help with your mood? People you just think you get pissed off 24/7. I was about to say, it was like I was that was gonna be like the next thing that I just thought of. It was like, hey, could be worse. Like someone could say you have a resting bitch face, like all of a sudden. Which I did get told that. I did get told that when I was at my other job. Cause I was like, what? Do people think I have like a resting bitch face or something? Like, yeah. I'm like, oh. Alright, cool. You know, it's just like a great way to improve my mood. Just to get told, hey, you have a resting bitch face. You okay? I'm like, alright. I'm just doing my work, you know? It's like, I'm not trying to make people, like, anxious or anything. I'm just focused. I'm sorry. And then the funny thing is that, like, ever since then, I'm like, every so often, I'll just be like, you know, I'll just look around and just like, you know, just trying to like look at stuff and just be like, try and seem a little bit more energetic so people don't have to be concerned about me, you know? Any coffee, don't talk. You might break your legs. I mean, at least, like, if I have, like, you know, something to, like, juice or something to drink, like, on the way to work, like, at least that'll be something to get me going. Because, like, the 20-minute drive to work, like, at least I'll be a little bit more awake. And then it's like I don't have to mentally prepare myself for, like, in case, like, I walk through the door and first thing it's like, hey, we need help. And I'm like, all right. Because, like, luckily, what I haven't had to do yet, and I'm grateful it hasn't happened yet, but when the day comes and I walk through and I have an energy drink in my hand, all I'm gonna say to people there is like, this is not a good morning. I'm gonna chug this energy drink in like 5 minutes. Don't talk to me. Do not talk to me for the next 3 hours. Which is, I mean, funny enough, it almost happened once where I thought about getting like a monster on the way to work and just drinking it there, but I'm like, nah, I'll save that for another time. Coffee, stop playing some chill out Japanese songs. There's a coffee to prepare yourself for the afternoon. I mean, it's not bad. After you're gonna suck, you have already got no energy. Yeah, that'll be me in about 3 hours. Because then I'll be like, I'm sleepy. I'm gonna go night-night. I head home, take a small nap. I mean, as long as you can wake up at a decent time, I'd say go for it, but if you don't want to risk it, you know, try and like power through. And then that way, when you get home later, then it's just like, then you can sleep. Probably just an hour nap because I could do. Be busy wake up and get pushed through. Like it wanted me to be unstoppable if it wasn't sleepy all the time. We're still sleeping to see going on jogs early in the morning for classes or lifting. You know, the funny thing is, I applaud anyone that does that early in the morning, because, like, I cannot do it. Like, even if I wanted to, and it's like I woke up, like, at a decent time to do it, I would still not do it. I'd be the person where it's like, I'd do that in the evening. You know? Mainly because of the fact that it's like, if it's on a day that I've worked and it's like I can go to work, exercise like after work, then when I get home, I can just take a shower. Rather than like be sweaty first thing in the morning, take a shower, work, probably get even more sweaty there, and then like get back home and it's like, I don't want that. They verify if you're almost 200 and gonna get down to come for 160. I believe in you. I think you can do it. I think you can do it. I believe in you. Like, I need to get back to doing yoga stuff again. Did that towards the end of summer last year. Did that up until it got cold. And about October-ish. Then stopped. Because like work got really busy. Up until like probably like a month ago. I need to start that shit up again. Thanks for finding the best way for me to get a big button. I think ability to look like a crackhead. Yeah, I value like some sort of substance. Next one's gonna be busy. It's the only time to cut down, but I mean, even if you don't have time to like exercise and whatnot, even just doing like evening like walks or like working out at home for like an hour or so, like would be like a little bit of help, because then it's like you have something to do in the meantime. Or try and cut back on like how much you eat. I think that would also be like a big factor of like what you're eating. I hit the gym again. I guess start lifting again. I guess I'm dumbbells at home. You know what you could do? You could do like one arm lifting while you're reading, you know? So it's like you have like a reading assignment that is just like you can read and lift weights at the same time, you know? Or you could read, lift weights, put the book on the ground, do push-ups while you're reading, or shoulder press, that too. Or if you have to study for a test, you could do like flashcards when it's like, you know, question in the front, do like a sit-up, try and think of the answer like every time you know, memorize something like every time you do a sit-up. And then that way when it's like, you know, it's like, alright, let's do like cards where it's like, you know, study for the test, have like question, do a sit-up, be like, do the answer, check real quick. If it's like right or wrong to do that. I forgot good in both ways. Some makes what he wants to hear about. I got a dad bod. He was hot for some reason. Hey, some ladies are into it, you know? Sometimes you just have to lean into it, you know? I mean, at some point I probably should actually like work out like once or twice a week in addition to doing like yoga stuff, but it's like I just don't have time. If I had more time I'd be like, hell yeah, I'd do it, but I don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you go to work out, that shit is gonna be taken care of. So it's like, I don't think you have to worry about that. Because that stuff's gonna be toned down quite a bit. I'm so tempted to do like a couple multis to try and see if I can get first Hassan on JP or FGO. Like, I'm so tempted, but in like a day, maybe like a day and a half, we'll be getting OC4, and I want to save everything I have for that. But I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted. But I want to wait. I gotta wait. And he went from barely benching 20-pound bar to benching 160 in about 3 months. I'm pretty sure if I would have stuck with yoga during the winter up until now, I'm pretty sure I'm probably gonna worked on my flexibility like a lot. It's like just being flexible is like the one thing I kind of want to work on. Not because I have like trouble like with anything. It's just that it would just be like a thing, like a good thing to improve. So when it's like I get into like an accident, then it's like, hey, since you're, you know, did all this stuff for a while, and then it's like you want to have that bad of a a rest period, get better, you know. Look, I know when I said I want to work on my flexibility, it could sound weird out of context, but you know what I mean. Because like if I get in like a car accident or something and like my knee's blown out, then it's like oh, like you don't have to be in a cast for like 9 months. Because like your knee is still good, so you'll just have to be in a cast for like 6 months, and you'll have like a month to make it work again. And to also reduce the chances of like getting injured in the most idiotic way, you know? Because knowing me, it's like I'll be walking, going up some stairs, going down stairs, and then it's like I'll miss like the bottom step, straight leg, like step down, like twist my ankle and I can't walk, you know? But it's like oh, like because I did all that stuff for a while, and it's like, oh, it's not that bad. Because I know for a fact that's gonna happen. I know it is. Damn, has already been like an hour? Fuck. Does not feel like an hour. Just play a ton of football, so legs are pretty strong. Play defender mostly because it's fun being defensive. And you're a big guy, ain't no one getting through. So I know I talked about it before, but during like middle school, into like junior high, I went from being which is funny because like I am not that tall of a person, you know. It's like I'm kind of short. So it was like, hey, we're gonna have this short kid play a tight end, where like everyone he's going up against is like almost like twice his height. But he'll be fine, you know. Because like this is like the point in time where it's like kids are getting taller, so like they're approaching like 5.5 feet tall. Meanwhile, some are getting close to fucking 6, weighing like 200 pounds already, and then you got me, tight end, like 3.5 foot tall, maybe 100 on a good day, going up against people who are like almost twice my height, twice my weight, and then it's like, all right, you hold that guy, good luck. It's like, fuck me. But I didn't do too bad. And then like the year later, moved to another position, and then year after that got moved to another position, and then I was like, yeah, I'm done. I would hate to play badminton. I tried doing that when I was younger. I just could not understand it for some reason. No matter how hard I tried, I just could not get into it. What's my standards? Has a hella tight, cut it out for his wife. Slightly points up 8 inches. 8 inches wide each side. Damn. Hell, if anything, you'd probably be a good... Yeah, I think that's good physique for like a defensive lineman. Yeah. And I've had every time I trained every the country in sea game. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to try, you know? Do it once, see how you like it. Gonna be taking a single series in December? God damn. That is a long ways off. Granted, it's almost May, but still, it's like a long ways off. Question is though, do you want to go? I know, which is why I was like, it's almost May, but still. So, I mean, granted, it's almost May, but eventually you'd be like, damn, it's almost December. Did he get a free tip from the opponent plus free trip to Thailand? I mean, honestly, the free trip to Thailand alone would probably be worth it. Like, on that one point alone, but... private sponsors, some social media administrators, young private sponsors, oof. I mean, I can understand that. It's like, if you win, or... like something else happens, and it's like, oh, you got sponsors there to kind of help you if something comes up. Oh my god, we actually had a fucking CE to drop, finally? Goddamn. I think I threw what? In like what? 7, 8... 90 plus? Round 1? Without a C, and then did 90 plus round 2. Another 7 or 8 times, still didn't get a C. I did 90 plus plus for like, I'll say 4 or 5. Yesterday, well, last night. And then you throw the what? 5 or 6, like tonight. Probably had like 30 runs of it, like all together. Before I finally got a fucking seed to drop. Yeah. Taking sponsors from the Ministry of Beast like the Horde, just them wanting more growth. Yeah, you know, yeah, fine. Makes sense. Because, like, they're not gonna take the risk if someone's not gonna be invested as much. Like, they want someone that will stick around. That way they can try and be like... I guess, like, lack of a better word, like a role model. Like other people to... be interested in chess. I can see it. Oh, excuse me. Man, this is why I was talking about, like, earlier, where it gets to be like 2 or 3 hours from now, I just want to go to sleep. Because, like, I blame my weird, sleep scheduled, like, the days after the surgery. Because normally I wouldn't get tired until about 1:30, 2 o'clock. But it's almost 10:30 and I'm like yawning. It is bad. I hurry home and I was like to get groceries. Just be like, you know, I was out. I could have got all that stuff on the way home. Saw her on the stream a moment ago. And you didn't go over and walk with her? How could you? How could you? That's fine. Alright, well, I guess I'll let it pass. Just this once. But I had to go home and watch over the watch over the cat. Alright, I suppose you have a point. Alright. Yeah, the country cat loves riding it, took on a road trip near the province. See, I applaud people that take their animals with them wherever they go. And it's like their pets are just like super chill, like with like wherever they go. Because our pets are not like that. You get them into the car, they will start to walk around, even when you're driving, so they can look out the window. Which our cats are like the typical, I just want to lounge and do nothing. And then I will get the zoomies at the most random times. And then it's like, once you get out of the shower, I will start to attack your legs for no reason. Because it's like, oh, you got done taking a shower? Well, like, catnip mode activated. I will not stop attacking your legs for no reason. And both of them do it, and it sucks. It's like, I'm trying to stand there, I'm trying to get a drink, I'm trying to do something, and they're like, oh, you smell good. Attack your feet. And then it's like, oh, I just step over, and then they're like, I roll over, I attack your other foot. I'm like, god damn it. I just step away further, and then they're like, I'm gonna walk over. I'm still gonna attack your feet. Ha! Then it's like I'm dancing with a cat. I was riding with you, it can be annoying sometimes in the car. Get her foot at back to the shields. Yeah. No problem. There we go. Let's hear that the cars are start streaming. Just to see stuff. I mean, it probably also makes sense that since she's in like the bag, like she can't really move around, so it's like, all right, well, I'll just sit here and look at stuff. Whereas, like, if, you know, in a car, it's like, oh, I can actually move around. I can look at stuff. I can, I can yell. Or it could be in the fact that she's still in the back in the car, then it's like she can't see anything. And the screaming will start. You know what that sounds like to me? Now we're gonna go to the color friends and good scooter and you're really rich and just swap for transmission swap. This sounds to me like kind of sounds like the anime like I think it's called like Yudu Camp or something like that. I forget exactly. But it's like the anime about like camping and whatnot. And this is like, that's what it sounds like to me. It's just like, it's like I'm gonna go up north where it's colder. I'm gonna camp out there for a night. Then be back first thing in the morning. By 1256 engine and a 160 bike. Good luck. Yeah. Oof. Oof. Sorry, Hannah. But please, yes, take a nap. Get rested. That way you don't feel like, you know, don't feel bad. And then you can't be awake to study and whatnot. So rest up. Take some medicine if you need to. Snuggle up with the cat. So hope you feel better after you wake up. So enjoy, and I will catch you later. Meanwhile, I'm gonna be spending the, probably the next 3 hours, grinding this event. Which we'll start listening to, spooky stories, here in a minute. But I'm gonna do this run, get a drink real quick, which I'm not gonna run any ad or anything right now. Maybe later, but I'm just gonna get a quick drink. And then we'll start the spooky stories. Because what I'll probably end up doing, like, after stream, is I'll probably watch the last couple episodes of Sentence of a Bookworm. Because I've started watching that again. I binged the hell out of it. Because, like, I was in the... I don't know if it was in, like, seasons, but... like I was early on, like episode 6 or 7 of it. And this is like a few days ago too. Where I started watching it again. And I'm almost done with it. Because I'm trying to get back into like... Because like with current season as it is, like... Most of the anime I want to watch aren't on Crunchyroll. I don't have the other streaming places to watch them. So they're trying to figure out some way to watch them. But in the meantime, though, I'm just trying to get caught up on everything else. Because I have a big fucking backlog of shows that I was watching before. God damn it. Like, for example, Lazarus. Really want to watch this on my Crunchyroll. Like, old guy becomes like sword instructor or whatever. Also not on Crunchyroll, but really want to watch it. And of course, like a lot of them are on like High Dive. I need to see what that name is. I need to start watching that one. Like, I have my phone right here that I can try and look it up while that's being grinded out. Yeah, that's what they call them? Huh. I was wondering what the hell the name of it was. But it's gotta be the yearly or the seasonal slice of life that I need to watch. Oh yeah, this one, I heard like a lot of good things about it. I'll throw this one on there. Why not? Have another slice of life, because why not? Ah, fuck. Drop my koozie. But yeah, even if like I don't get done with like Lost Belt 7 by the time OC1 comes out, I'm okay with that. Because like OC1 banners, like I'm not gonna really worry about. Because like I don't really want to pull on any of them. Because again, I'm gonna be saving everything for summer. It's gonna be when OC2 comes out. Is when I'm gonna be sweating a little bit. Because at that point, then it's like new servant. OC2 comes out. I guess new servants. One of which is gonna be story locked. Good old Marie Antoinette altar. I think that's after summer? I really want to say it's after summer. I guess OC1 is going to be next month. I know, we have a whole year until OC2. Never mind. I have a whole year to wait for it. Nice. Also, if I could get this, Mystic Code, the New Year, Mystic Code, almost maxed out. Oh, I'm gonna be so happy. Yeah, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. In the event that it takes a little bit longer than I wanted it to, I won't throw up the BRB, like, just in case. But, I'm gonna get a drink really quick and I will be right back. Alrighty. Just in time too. Hi. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. How is you doing? There he is. There he is. Hello Avis, hello Raiders, welcome. How is you doing? How was your stream? How did it go? How was schedule 1? Hope it went well. Being the best dealer you could be. Sorry, like fuzz come flying around. Welcome, Raiders. I am a Dragon, a local Dragon TV streamer. I am a variety streamer, play wide variety of games, mainly gachas and Halo, but I do play other games from time to time, just to mix it up a little bit, cause why the hecky not? It's fun. I like doing it. So welcome. We're just kind of chilling tonight, grinding out the current event on FGO. It is a lottery event, which means we can get a lot of stuff from it. So I'm trying to do as much as I can tonight, because I'll be working on this throughout the week as much as I can. But tonight is going to be like a bulk of it. And we're trying to get as much done before I think Wednesday. Oh, because it resets tomorrow, and then we'll be on like the final final stuff for the rest of the event. So I'm trying to grind this one out before reset tomorrow. Especially because on the JP server, we'll be getting a bunch of new stuff very, very soon. So I'm also trying to get as much done before to focus on that for a little bit. But it's been good so far. We've been chilling, hanging out, listening to some music. But here in a little bit, we'll listen to some spooky stories while we grind this event out. And then in about a couple hours or so, I'll swap over to play some Star Rail, and we'll do some pulls on that, because I forgot that Castrus's banner goes away in a couple days, and I thought I had more time, but I didn't. So I'm gonna be doing some of that later, and I want to try and get her before she goes away, or at least try. Because worst case scenario, I don't get her, and I build up pity for Anaxa, which I would be totally okay with. It looks really good. So, other than that, we've just been chilling, hanging out. So welcome. So that being said, post-stream R&R. If you need to get something to eat, drink, stretch your leggies, restroom, shower, take animals outside, whatever it may be, hope it goes well. Just remember to take care of yourself. For me, please. It'd be mighty nice of you if you do. So just take care of yourself. So that being said, if anyone needs to head out for real, do whatever else, hope it goes well. Hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. Thank you for checking out the stream. Hope you catch you in the next one. But if you're gonna be sticking around, kind of lurking, hanging out, enjoy the lurk. Just remember, you can either mute the tab or can turn the volume down on the stream. Just don't mute the stream itself. That way your view can still count. Helps out a lot more than you think, and I say thank you because you're awesome. And also another reason why I'm just kind of grinding out the event and gonna be listening to spooky stories is because I'm still playing it safe and trying to rest my mouth as much as possible, so I don't hurt for a while. Because I really want to, at least next week, I want to try and at least have like very, very, very minimal chance of being in pain when I speak. So this is gonna be another week of just like not talking much, grinding a bunch of stuff out, and just vibing, you know, having a good old time. So yeah. So again, if you haven't checked Avis out, you totally should. They're awesome. Awesome friend. They do a lot of good stuff. And it would mean a lot. So support them. They're awesome. And of course, I do apologize if my words are a little bit weird right now. I'm still trying to get used to the being able to speak properly. So with my mouth as it is. And also do apologize for your fans in the background. It is a bit warm in here. So I'm just trying to have them going to try and cool it down a little bit. So, yeah. But that being said though, we're gonna be listening to some spooky stories now. Which, if you don't like spooky stories, I apologize, but I really want to listen to some while we grind this out. Because I haven't done it in a while, and I kind of miss it. But if you enjoyed the spooky stuff, have a great time. So, without any further ado, let us get this anyway. And like I said, we'll listen to this for like probably a couple hours. And then, I'll swap over. Play some Star Rail. Enjoy.
My grandpa was born in the last years of the 19th century.
Damn,
and
that was
spent
loud.
his entire life living in rural Idaho as a farmer and rancher. He had tons of old cow.
Idaho? Idaho? Haha. Ain't no one young enough knows that joke, right? Like, I'm not young enough, but old enough to know that joke.
Boy stories he would tell us grandkids. Most of them were funny. Some were cautionary, but a few were downright creepy. When my grandpa was 6 years old, he, along with his older brother and a gang of kids from nearby farms, decided to go ice skating for the day. At that time, my great-grandpa was working as a ranch hand, and the family lived near Chesterfield, Idaho, now mostly a ghost town. It was a bright and sunny January day in 1902, and though the temperature was low, the sun kept things somewhat warm. They had hitched sleighs to their horses and headed down to the Portneuf River to ice skate. There were 8 kids altogether, and they were excited to show off their new skates they'd received from Christmas. Along with my grandpa and his brother, there were 3 Robinson kids, Tommy Bayer and the Gooch twins. The best spot to skate was next door to the Gooch's ranch. The river there was broad and shallow, so the ice tended to be thicker, and if they...
I'm trying so hard not to laugh at the names, but come on. Gooch? Really? Really? You're gonna have that name in the story? Like, come on.
did fall through, they would just get their legs wet. The kids spent a few hours ice skating when a loud scream came from a willow bush on the riverbank opposite them. The kids could only watch.
So I'm sorry if I pause it so much right now, but my brain is going into overdrive with jokes and puns and a bunch of other shit because of the name Gooch. I'm trying so hard not to say any of it.
As what they described as a giant man covered head to toe in thick black fur came lumbering out of the bushes. It was carrying a large tree branch and was screaming in rage at the kids. They fled towards the sleds, trying to scramble up the riverbank in their skates. My grandpa, being the youngest, was at the back of the rush. He couldn't get a good foothold because of the skates and fell towards the ice. The giant was crossing the river towards them, screaming and swinging his branch. My grandpa was sure the creature was going to eat him. As my grandpa tells it, Lady Luck smiled down on me that day by the river, because as the giant was midway across the river, the ice gave way, and it submerged only to its shins, but it was slowed down considerably as it tried to get back on top of the ice. This gave my grandpa's brother enough time to jump down and cut the laces off my grandpa's skates. They left the skates and dashed up the riverbank and jumped onto the sleigh. As they looked back, the giant man was cresting the riverbank. To their relief, it didn't chase the sleighs. It just stood there hollering at the kids and swinging his tree branch menacingly. The kids were able to make it back to the Gooch Ranch, where they told their encounter to John Gooch, the twins' grandfather. Word spread quickly in the tiny farming community, and soon a posse was formed to hunt down the beast. Where the kids had been skating, they found footprints almost 2 feet in length. My grandpa's skates were found near the tracks. They had both been bent, like half a horseshoe. The tracks headed west into the nearby mountains. The posse followed them as far as they could go, but deep snow prevented them from traveling any further. The creature was never sighted in the area again. The story captivated the small community, and soon word traveled across the country of the Idaho Wild Man. It was even published in a newspaper article which described the event at the time. That spring, my great-grandpa decided to buy a little ranch in the Little Lost River Valley further north in Idaho. My grandpa had many other weird and creepy backwoods stories, but he always said this encounter frightened him the most. He was positive he would have been killed if the giant hadn't broken through the ice and his brother had not had the chance to cut his laces. The state of New York is filled with paranormal activity. From Alcatraz Island to the Amityville Horror House, the Fox Sisters' home, and the Landmark Theatre. But in my small town, just outside of Syracuse, we have Whiskey Hollow Road. This incredibly narrow road has no lights and stretches for 5 miles. On one side of your vehicle is a seemingly endless tall hill covered in trees, and on the other side is a 30-foot drop into a ravine. So basically, if you have to make a 3-point turn on the street, you better be a professional stunt driver. The story goes like this. Back in the 50s, a married couple lived in a small shack on the end of the road. They were a seemingly normal couple. Through some speculated domestic issues and possibly infidelity, one day the husband came home to his wife's body collapsed on the floor in their home covered in blood and his shotgun by her side. The pain was too much, and not long after she was buried, the man took a rope to the opposite end of the street and let himself hang from the tree there. No matter what side you enter or exit the street, you're greeted by suicide. Through the years, there have been a few bodies discovered in the ravine, both with blunt trauma wounds and some seemingly clean, as if they just dropped dead and rolled down the hill to rest. In the middle of the road, about 2 miles in, is a small cave, which has long been speculated to be a site of some local ritualistic ceremonies, which could easily be dismissed, if not for the occasional bloody rag or other ominous item found inside. My story begins in 2010. I was in my junior year of high school, and my mother, a horror buff herself, was looking up some spooky places for a creepy road trip she wanted to take. She stumbled upon the Whiskey Hollow Road lore, and that night, my mother, my brother, a cousin, an aunt and I hopped into the minivan and drove the 15 minutes to the haunted street. I admit, I scoffed a little, being too cool for everything punk kid, but I was intrigued enough to come, and I admit, when the van rolled up that tiny dirt road, my mood changed. I felt an immediate shift in energy as my mum crept the van into the entrance of the road. And here is where I need to stress just how dark this road is at night. Imagine the darkest place you've been, and go about 10 times darker than that. Headlights are barely useful, and honestly, you can see about 2 feet in front of your vehicle, even with your high beams on. Just before we rolled in, a pickup truck whipped around us and flew down the road, and I mean flew. He had to have been going at least 60 on the street, and realistically going at 20 would be risky. I fully expected to see his truck flip over in the ravine as we entered. The road is pitch black and shockingly quiet. You know when you used to play hide and seek and would hide in the closet or another small space, and you could hear your heart beating and your lungs making air for you? Yeah, it was that quiet. We shined flashlights through the trees as we passed, and we got our glimpse of the cave in real life. There's some dark energy in there, man. All in all, the drive was not terrifying. We made it to the end of the road, and just as we were about to clear the trees, a burst of light shot across our eyes. We squinted to see the pickup truck sitting at the end of the street facing us, as if it was waiting to see if we would make it out. We pulled out on the regular road, and this guy takes off down Whiskey Hollow again. To this day, I don't know how he did it. The next day, my mother was disappointed that nothing spooky happened and decided we head out in the daytime to see what the road looked like, all lit up. We rolled into the entrance, and yes, it was a lot less unsettling. But then again, isn't everything less scary when the lights are on? The silence was still there too, which shocked me a little bit. Not a bird or an owl, and I realized I never once saw any animal in those woods, which for upstate New York is quite odd. Usually in dense wood, you see a chipmunk or even a garden snake, but nothing. Mum decided to pull up to the cave, and we all got out to inspect it in the daylight. It wasn't as deep as we had imagined it would be, but there were some disturbing items inside. A small baby blanket with a suspicious stain, and a rattle with some colourful beads inside of it, some alcohol cans, and an old lighter. When I saw the blanket, I felt a knot in my stomach. My mum brushed it off, and we went on with the rest of our day. Fast forward to the senior year of high school. I was hanging out a lot with a cousin who was not only a bad influence, but didn't give me half a thought to anything paranormal. I, however, was getting into full baby witch mode this year. We were hanging out with a mutual friend one night and were bored. My cousin Marie says she wants to do something creepy. Our friend Kelly said she'd heard of a haunted road somewhere. I butt right in and give them the whole story of Whiskey Hollow, and we're off. The whole ride we're listening to music and having typical teenage fun. But the minutes we approached the cross street, it was like my body could sense the dark energy again. I was in the back seat and was playing it cool as we pulled up to the beginning of the road. But I felt the energy shift hard. It was sunset hour, so we had some light, but I knew our time was limited. We rolled through, and I reiterate the story again as we passed the trees. Marie is mocking everything and saying BS, but Kelly is listening as we approach the cave. She excitedly points at it, and we stop the car. As we approach the cave, the road is silent as usual, and our feet crunched the leaves, and it seemed to echo in the vast space. Marie walks straight into the cave. Like the horror movie cliche, she kicks the dirt, talking crap, just being your standard jerk. I tell her to chill, as she's being disrespectful to anyone who may have passed away in the area, which just fuels her, and she carries on being a dick. Kelly and I are just standing there watching her, and I open my mouth to ask her to stop, but then without anyone touching us, both mine and Kelly's knees buckle, as if someone hit the back of our legs, and we fall into the grass. We whip around, terrified, fully expecting to see a deranged individual, but there was no one. Marie laughs at us for falling, and we insist that something pushed us, and we rub the grime from our jeans. Marie calls BS and heads back to the car. As she walks down the hill, Kelly and I try to figure out what the hell just happened and examine the rock, which was completely flat, so it's not like gravity took us down or we lost our footing. Oh my god, Marie screams from the car. We race towards the vehicle and ask what happens. She fumbles for words, telling us to get in now. She says that when she opened the door, a bright white light dashed across the front of the car. It was too solid to be smoke, but not fully shaped to be a figure. I wonder for a split second if she was messing with us, but her face was pale and colourless. Marie had never looked like this. The genuine worry on her face was palpable. She hopped into the front seat, and I slid into the back. Marie started the car, and we pulled away. I couldn't help but give one last look to the cave. That's when I saw something. There was a figure crouched down at the top of the cave. It looked slender, was completely dark, like the leather man from American Horror Story, but very skinny. I thought I was crazy. And just as it started to stand, Kelly let out a blood-curdling scream from the seat. "Something's in the cave!" Marie floored the gas pedal, and we whipped it down the street. I was trying to come to terms with the fact that at least two of us saw an entity on that cave, and that it couldn't have been an actual person. There was no way. We would have seen someone at the top of the cave when we first approached. This wasn't a person. It was a thing. Marie shouted her mother's address into the car's GPS, and it began routing us away from the haunted road. Its navigation voice would chime in directions, and Marie turned and twisted as we tried to explain the figure we saw. The GPS then said, "Turned right." Marie was so frazzled from her own experience, and was avidly listening to ours, that she just turned without thinking. And when we looked out the window again, we were back at the top of Whiskey Hollow Road. The GPS brought us back again to the top of the road. We couldn't turn around. We had to drive down it again. "What's wrong with you?" Marie was glaring at me from the front seat. "What? Why are you acting like that?" I had no idea what she was talking about. Then I looked out the window and saw that we were parked at a pizza place in Marie's hometown. How did we get here? Marie then explained to me that for the entire ride back, I was silently giving her a death stare through the rearview mirror and wouldn't speak when she spoke to me. I would only smirk, and apparently on the highway I tried to open the door, fumbling with the lock and handle, but she had child lock on. I remembered none of it. From my point of view, we turned down Whiskey Hollow Road for the second time, and then I was sitting in a parking lot. I've thought for years about that occurrence, what it was all about, and the only thing I can think of is that when something noticed me when I first visited the place with my mother, and then when I returned with my cousin and friend, it recognized and latched onto me. Possibly. I refused to return to that place, and wonder if the entity that got inside me, the one that stood on top of the cave, was the same thing that drove the couple in the 50s to end their lives on either side of this scary road. Romania is a country where people might get kidnapped, murdered, and disappear. My parents were legitimately afraid for me and were against the idea. I had to lie and tell them that we would stay in a hotel near Kozia National Park so they would get off my back. Obviously, that's not what we did. Long story short, we had to travel from Bucharest to this park, which is around 200 kilometers or 2 hours by train. We get our immense backpacks, everything we need, and went on our way. Nothing specifically happened on the train, except for the fact that it was overly crowded, with the exception of our train compartment being vacant, which is extremely rare for a Romanian train. I get excited thinking that we have the whole compartment to ourselves. As I said, it's a very rare thing to happen, and of course, after 10 to 20 minutes, it gets occupied by a man entering our compartment, with a beautiful German Shepherd. I love all kinds of animals, cats and dogs in particular, and I usually find my way around all animals, even if those don't like people. Not this dog. This dog was otherworldly. He looked so cute, like a stuffed animal. He would listen to his owner's every single command. I was impressed. It was obvious. I started asking the man about his dog, and that would be a long and awkward trip to have in complete silence if I was just staring at it. The man was exactly like his dog, except the commands he would give his dog, no other contribution to the conversation. He told me the dog's name, which is Ucigashul, which in Romanian means the killer. It's a very weird name to give to a dog. For this particular example, we would use the English word as it doesn't really translate into Romanian for context.
Here's the thing about German Shepherds, alright? German Shepherds are one of the most badass dogs ever. And if you don't give a German Shepherd a badass name, it won't be taken seriously. So this dude giving the German Shepherd the name of Killer in Romanian sounds badass as all hell, and I am all for it. Because what? You want a German Shepherd with the name of, like, Buki? No. Some other, like, lovable name like Raindrop? No. Why doesn't it sound intimidating? Put some fear in a person when it chases after them for 20 minutes down the road. You know? Give a name like this dude, Killer, Destroyer. Give it like some Greek badass name like Zeus or Hades. You know? Give like something that once people hear the name, they go, oh, I don't want to mess with that dog. It might hurt me.
But I thought each to their own. I asked him why such a scary and unusual name. He replied
This is a fucking German Shepherd, that's why.
bluntly, this dog is trained to kill. It's the only thing he likes, and he's very good at it. Okay then. Now I personally consider that the dog will grow up to have similar personalities to their owner, and most of the time, I would judge the people with dogs on how the animals react to the world and their owner. And let me tell you guys, these two did not give off good vibes in return. I brushed everything over, thinking to myself that maybe this guy is training his dog to hunt in the woods. Then I started thinking which woods are legal to hunt in our country. While I was thinking that, the guy out of nowhere asks if we're traveling to Kossia National Park. This was surprisingly accurate, considering that the only time we mentioned this place was in the train station long before we found our seats, and far before we met this man. I thought it was weird, but again, in my country, people who travel in that direction will try and make small talk and guess where you're going. Of course, you can't just lie to keep you safe of your destination, or be honest. I chose to be honest, and I'm judging myself for that. Never be honest with strangers, or honest at all, after you read this story. We confirmed that that's where we were going, and asked what else there was to see around, since he started talking about the area, and, well, considering that we knew nothing about the place, we took it all in. He told us about the woods, the vegetation, the animals we encountered, told us about a beautiful monastery right at the bottom of the mountain that we needed to climb, and advised us to visit the Lottery Shore, a waterfall, and explore the caves behind it, and try and find the local restaurant. When the guy started talking about the wilderness and nature, his eyes glowed, as if he was experiencing a pleasant memory, but he also grabbed his dog's collar from the neck, squeezing it tightly. The collar made a loud click sound. What surprised me was that the dog didn't move, didn't whimper, didn't twitch, just like a stuffed animal. We reached our destination, said goodbye, and the man waves us off, and we faced against him to go on our way. I turned right back around because I wanted to ask where exactly the restaurant was, but the man nor dog were no longer there. Not just that, his luggage was gone. That creeped me out a bit, but who cares? We were too thrilled for our first camping experience. We began walking with our backpacks on, each at least 10 kilos, and we reached a tunnel that had been dug into the mountain. It looked amazing, exactly like those horror movie tunnels which, if travelled during the night, would make your hair stand on end. Lucky for me it was daytime. It wasn't a particularly long tunnel, we could see the end the whole time, but when we got to the middle, we hear a whimper in the distance. It sounded like a dog crying in desperation for its life. We stop. My boyfriend looks at me with a, "Oh no, you're not going to take that dog with us" kind of face, and tries to convince me to take a different route. We don't. I hear the dog. I go right toward the sound, and in the middle of the road I see a chubby puppy with lots of white and brown circles on his butt, crying so hard, laying on the cement looking really hurt as if hit by a car. I freeze and think to myself, our trip is over. I have to save this dog. We call for him. He looks at us, pointy ears up, gets up like a doofus and starts running desperately to us. He was alone and afraid. We called him Rudolph, and he is now our camping buddy. Like 1 kilometer further, we find another puppy, probably his sister, which we dragged from a nearby river. Someone threw her into the river to kill her. All wet, cold, and hungry, we of course take her too. So here we are, with 10 kilos on our backs and 2 puppies at our chest, my boyfriend with a map, and trying to find a spot to camp at for the first night. We passed by the monastery the man on the train mentioned to us, but because we had puppies, we couldn't enter the building. The priests wouldn't allow it, so we walked around the property through the gardens until we reached the base of the mountain we had to climb. I'd like to mention that these puppies were 2 tiny little brats, because the second you put them down and forced them to walk on their own, they would slam their butts on the ground and cry. What a drama. We walk and walk until we decide to stop, because it was getting late, and it was starting to get cold. We found a spot next to a small landmark type of cottage in the middle of the woods. We call it Trojanitsa. It's like a scouting post, but for the church, where they place religious icons or a Bible and stuff like that, in order to bring good energy to the area. It belongs to the church. It wasn't like a house. It was basically a roof with 4 small walls and an opening, not a door, that you could go into, like to hide from the rain. There was an icon inside and a Bible with pages ripped from it. Curiously, I opened the Bible and was really annoyed to see that people would write down their names, like couples do on trees. But on this particular page, the words, "I will find you," stuck out, written in red ink. I thought to myself that it was probably someone who just wanted to scare travelers with silly messages. I put the book back and gave it no second thought. We put up the tent, make a quick fire, unpack, make food and eat. We feed the puppies, which are now cuddled up in our tent, and finally darkness starts to rise all around us. My boyfriend kept waking up every hour because he wanted to keep the fire alive. Now it's around midnight. We're in the tent, cuddled and warm. The puppies wake up and start to cry. I get up and unzip the tent and put them out to pee. They do it and I put them back in. They cry some more, and the smallest one begins to shiver. At the same time, I hear grunting from behind the tent. My boyfriend is up too. The fire is fading, and the moment he unzips the tent and steps out, the sounds disappear into the woods. It sounded like a snake slithering through the fallen leaves on the ground, but with unimaginable speed. I ask him, was that a snake? He says, up to this day, that he cannot explain what he saw, that it was a slithery figure with feet that made a snort-like sound when the light hit it. The puppies calmed back down, and whatever it was made its way back into the woods. We tried to go back to sleep after we reignite the fire. It's 3 a.m. this time, and we try to wake up the puppies being fussy again. The fire is nearly dead. We clearly have no idea to put up a sustaining fire, we think to ourselves. My boyfriend gets up to search for firewood, and I get out too. I stare into the darkness, and I swear to God I hear whispers coming from behind the trees. I look up at the sky, and considering it's 3 a.m., and hearing birds very loudly fluttering their wings. Now, I'm no expert in birds, but aren't they usually asleep around this time? These weren't. They were very active, very vocal, and very frustrated. I look at the fire and follow the red sparks popping out of the sky, and became fascinated with something. The sparks don't seem to die. It goes on and on, changing color from hellish red to green. This was very out of the ordinary for me, because it created an illusion hard to explain. It looked as if the fire sparks were going into the woods, creating a track, probably for me to follow. I kept looking after each spark to see where it burnt out, but none of them did. At that moment I began to get goosebumps on my skin, the birds being agitated, the mysterious lights pointing us to go deeper into the woods, and all the trees around us had eyes in them. like the trunks had a distinguished shape that looked like eyes. I know this is nothing paranormal, since someone explained that these shapes form when a branch is ripped from the root, and that's the shape that's left after. But there were so many. It was like I had hundreds of eyes looking at me. As I inspected my surroundings, I heard movement in one of the bushes in front of our tent, about 10 meters away from us. Obviously, I stand my ground, but don't go near it. Suddenly, a dark, bent-over silhouette comes out of it, half inside, half outside the bush, and stares at us. I call my boyfriend, and we're both like, what the hell is that? A bear? A wolf? A pig? The creature shakes its head the same way a dog does after a bath, and I hear a distinguished click like a dog collar. At this time, my boyfriend manages to light up the fire really big, which scares the animal, and it runs back into the woods, through the bush which it initially came out of. That calms us down, but not enough to ever close our eyes during that night again. Retreating back into the tent, my boyfriend falls asleep. The puppies are sound asleep, but not me. I keep the zipper on the tent opened a little, just enough to have my eyes peeking through to the bush. I think I spent a solid hour staring and falling asleep to the sight of that bush, when all of a sudden I hear a noise coming from that direction, and I immediately wake up my boyfriend, who is now peeking through a hole in complete darkness with me. What we see next still haunts my dreams. From that exact bush, we see a human head popping out and looking towards our tent. Note that our peeping hole was small enough to not make it look like you were being watched from inside the tent. This head is slowly coming out of the bush, skin so white I thought it was a ghost. After that, the shoulders, a full torso, and a leg. Bit by bit, an entire man, completely naked, emerges from the bush, lit by both the moon and our fire. What he did next was excruciatingly scary for me. He comes so close to our tent and begins to remove branches and rocks from our fire, basically extinguishing it by dismantling it. This all happens 2 to 3 meters from our tent. I look at the man with horror, because I recognize him, and now the clink I heard earlier from the animal is explained. It's the same man from the train with his dog too. I don't know if he followed us, I don't know if he just went the same route as us and found us and decided to stalk us, but this guy was there since midnight at least, because our fire would be dead every 2 to 3 hours, and we would be woken up by the sound of branches being cracked and rocks being moved, which we initially explained away as animals crossing the path. After he successfully managed to put out the fire, he slowly crept back into the same bush, submerging into it bit by bit, until only his head would be out, with a disfigured-looking mouth, looking like a moaning ghost. You try going to sleep after that. We didn't know what to do, so we just got back out, reignited the fire, lit ourselves some torches, and stayed near the campfire until the first rays of sun came out. I admit I did fall asleep while sitting next to the fire, and so did my boyfriend, but any sound would wake us up the moment we heard it. I was too afraid to go near that distanced bush. I did not need answers or explanations. I just wanted daylight and to get the hell out of there. And we did. We packed our stuff and got the hell out. We planned a 4-day camping trip, and this experience made us give up on the first night. It was a risk we did not intend to take. If that guy followed us or it was just a coincidence, it was enough to ruin all of it. As a conclusion to my story and advice to any first-time campers out there, never tell anyone your location or even areas remotely close to your destination to a stranger. You don't know where their minds take them and what they may end up doing. Always stay safe, always be aware of your surroundings and any changes that come to you under the form of sound, movement or temperature, and protect yourselves. The summer of 2008 was a rough time to graduate from college. I had spent 4 years getting a degree, only to find the job market had all but dried up. As bummed out as I was about being unemployed for the foreseeable future, I found a deep appreciation for backcountry camping and hiking that summer. Growing up in the Rocky Mountains and graduating from a college in western Montana, I was not a stranger to hiking or camping, but that summer it became an escape to the point of an obsession. Going on daily hikes and camping beneath the stars really helped my mental health, while I was worried about my life's purpose and my future. It was June, and unseasonably cold, wet and cloudy. The daytime heights barely touched 50 degrees, and at night it dropped below freezing. Despite the weather, I had planned to hike around the Anaconda Range that week, and I wasn't going to let it deter me. My plans for the week, funnily enough, were to hike from Storm Lake, over Storm Lake Pass, and down to Upper Seymour Lake. Storm Lake, actually an alpine reservoir, is a challenge to get to and requires a 4x4 pickup and some skilled driving. The road is a narrow 2-track, winding its way through thick pine forests, and was slick with rain. But I made it to the top with little heartburn. I set up camp on the north side of the lake and decided to do some fishing. The fishing was miserable. It was cold and nothing was biting. But the best thing about bad fishing is that my thoughts were free to wander while I sat on the shore. The rain was a constant light drizzle and created a natural white noise. Time passed, and my daydreams were cut short as a low rumble up from the canyon overtook the sounds of the rain. The rumbling was not unlike that of a distant diesel engine. There were no roads that go beyond where I was camped. No machinery or vehicles could be up that canyon. Maybe it's a plane, I thought, looking up into the rain and clouds. But the sound wasn't getting any closer or further away, and the sound was not above me. It came from beyond the lake and up into the canyon. The sound was stationary and constant. This was most certainly not a plane or a truck or a bulldozer. All of this wasn't outright scary, but nonetheless, my hair stood on end while I sat there listening. After 20 minutes, the rumbling faded away, and I was left again with only the sound of raindrops. Soon enough, I caught a decent-sized trout, cleaned it, and headed back to the camp to get ready for dinner. The fish cooked up fine, but to be honest, I hate trouts. It's edible, but sure enough, totally unappetizing. They taste like mud. I ate as much as I could and tossed the rest back into the lake, building up my fire for the night. I sat back to enjoy the evening with a bit of whiskey. Night came fast. The mountain ridges put the sun to bed early, and the rain clouds obscured the starlight. It was dark, really dark. The sound of a crackling warm fire and the rain bouncing off my tent were a great comfort to lull me to sleep. I reminded myself that I needed to build up the fire before bed. I walked over to my pile of scavenged firewood and grabbed an armful. Being away from the fire's crackling, I could pick up that all too familiar rumbling rising in the background. It was growing louder than before, and closer. I may have had a few too many pulls of whiskey and was tired and grouchy. The noise was ruining my whole camping trip and my buzz. Frustrated, I yelled into the darkness of night, "Hey, shut up!" Like a switch being flipped, the rumbling stopped, and so did the rain. My heart skipped a beat. I realized this was not a complete coincidence. Something intelligent was out there. Something sentient, observing me and responding to my screams, and I wasn't getting the most positive vibes from it. I threw all the logs on the fire and retreated back to my tent, more on edge than I have ever been, listening to the fire crackling, to my rapid breathing, and beyond that to the silence of the darkness. Before this moment I had felt alone but safe. Now I felt alone and vulnerable. Beyond where the light faded, I felt that there were a million eyes in the dark watching me. My paranoia began to subside when the rain suddenly started again. Not a drizzle, but a downpour. I was glad I had built up the fire, or it would have been snuffed out for sure. My tent was being pushed down by the force of the storm. I thought about bailing to the truck, but I knew I'd be soaked to the bone in an instant. Risking injury or death over getting wet is the kind of logic only whiskey can produce. I could feel the rainwater pooling and moving under my tent. The storm wasn't letting up. The urge to get in the pickup and drive away was ever more tantalizing. I could get my stuff tomorrow in the daylight I spent a few nights in town, but I'd had a bit too much to drink. Driving, especially on that slick, muddy 2-track road, would have been a death sentence. But I still needed a safer place to sleep than a wimpy tent. Grabbing what I could, I ripped open the tent flaps and ran for the truck. I was soaking wet by the time I settled into the driver's seat and locked the doors, turning the heat on full blast. I hoped that it would dry me out. It was going to be a miserable night, though. I reclined in my chair and tried to calm my thoughts with deep breaths. The rain wasn't letting up. I was warm from the heater, and I was riding the crest of a good whiskey buzz. The fire was still raging despite the rain, and kept the campsite well lit. I remember the truck's clock reading 1:06 a.m. I blinked. It was only a moment later, but when I opened my eyes, the rain had stopped. It was foggy and quiet. The once raging campfire was now embers, and there was morning twilight to the east. The truck's clock now read 5:45 a.m. It was morning. That couldn't be right. Almost 5 hours gone in the blink of an eye. I must have passed out. My head was killing me. I didn't feel like I had drunk that much to justify that kind of hangover. I turned off the truck and stepped out to survey the night's damage. My tent was completely flattened. The tent poles were shattered to pieces and everything was soaking wet. Smothering the remains of the fire, I dragged all the junk to the pickup and tossed it in the bed. My hike over the pass wasn't happening today. That was for sure. It was around 6:30 a.m. before I finished picking up camp. As I climbed into the cab of my truck, I heard the rumbling again through the morning fog. I drove out of there as fast as I could down that muddy bobsled track of a road, not once looking in the rearview mirror. I have never been back to Storm Lake, and I probably never will. Both me and my buddy saw this thing that was pure white and around 7 feet tall and just walked down an old trail that had junk all around it. A few years later, I was walking home from my buddy's house, which was right next to the sledding hill that has a forest on both sides, and another white figure just casually walks up it as soon as I round the corner of my friend's house. For perspective, my friend's front door faces the main street just after a crossroads, and on the left side is the sled hill that I had to go to get to my house. I looked at it for a second, then turned around and hid. Not even 2 seconds later and it was gone, and I would have been the only one to see it leave, but I didn't. I was home on the computer in the middle of the 2000s in New Zealand, and then I looked out the window and saw a second sun. Like, there was the sun, and there was another one, a bit far away, but in the same place. I thought maybe I was not mentally okay and I was just seeing things, so I called my mum and siblings to check, and they all saw it. My mum is religious, so she thought it was the second coming of Christ and got all excited. I did not believe, so I was like, oh damn, are we gonna die? Is it a meteor, a bomb? The second sun started to get larger and change colors. It went all the colors of the rainbow and then disappeared. To this day, I don't know what it was. My memory is hazy now, but I did remember the date for years and searched it incessantly. We lived in a rural town, so it wasn't on the news. The only thing I ever found that may have been slightly relevant was that Russia were doing nuclear tests at the time. But Russia is very far away from New Zealand. I wish I could remember more now. It would have been around 2006 or 7. May have been just a meteor burning up in the atmosphere, but damn it, it was the strangest thing I ever did see. It was dark, a mile or so from the river, lots of woods. We were driving, no cars coming or anything. Night, like after 10, and not near a town. Right on the edge of our headlights, I saw something run across the road, super fast. So fast I almost thought it was glare on my glasses. I didn't say anything at first, because my husband doesn't believe in paranormal stuff, Bigfoot or the like. I happened to look over, and he had a weird look on his face. I asked if he had just seen that, and he said, "Yep." I said, "Something really tall and thin?" "Yep." Now this part, I was afraid to say, because I thought he would think I was crazy, but I said it anyway. I asked if it looked like a very tall stick, like a thin tree or stick from a tree with arms and legs. He said it did. It really bothered both of us. I've never seen anything like it, and I didn't even realize it was a thing until I started to Google it. I've seen ghosts and things, but nothing like this. This thing was just so fast. You blinked and it was gone. And when I say tall, it was like 10 feet, maybe more. We saw it for just a second in our headlights. I saw it for maybe 2 steps before we passed it, arms swinging very thin. It looked like a twig with arms and legs. If my husband hadn't seen it too, I would have never have believed I'd actually seen it. I know people doubt it, but I know I saw something. I was around 7 or 8 years old when this happened. One weekend I was visiting my grandparents, who at the time lived in the countryside. I'm from Bosnia, in Europe. They were only about an hour's drive away, and we went there early in the morning. Their house is in a wooded area, with a long winding road that led up to each individual house, of which there weren't many, perhaps 3 or 4 more. I knew the area well, since I went to visit almost every weekend. Beside going up to the houses, there is one section of the road that leads directly into the woods on a sort of natural trail. Our car broke down exactly around that spot, flat tire. Since we were very close to where my grandparents live, and my folks knew I was familiar with the area, they let me go on a walk while my dad fixed the tire. It was around 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, so they weren't really afraid to let me run around a bit. Being the curious kid that I was, I went into the forest trail since the main dirt road wasn't very exciting. The trees were very tall and dense, so even during the daytime it was kind of dark. I went up to the forest trail for a few 100 meters in until I came to a crossroads. Now, this was more than 20 years ago, but it left a lasting impression on me. In the middle of the crossroads, at the very point in the roads where they fork, there is a strange opening of a cave. I went a bit closer and noticed what appeared to be fireflies sparkling in the pitch-dark hole. Beside that, I just felt this presence, as if I wasn't alone there, as if the cavern was beckoning me to enter. And then I noticed what seemed like several pairs of small red eyes peering at me from the darkness. At this point I was quite spooked, thinking it was an animal of some kind, and decided not to go any further in and just slowly back away. This is in Southeast Europe. There aren't many dangerous animals around. Very rarely a wolf or bear would be sighted, but usually nowhere near human settlements. Nothing followed me, and I had no trouble getting back, and I decided not to tell my parents about it, since I figured they would be mad and would not let me play unsupervised for the remainder of our visit. They decided to leave me with my grandparents and pick me up on Monday, when they went back during the afternoon. I'm very close with my grandmother. She and I are very alike, especially now as a grown-up. So I told her about the encounter. She laughed it off, saying, "Honey, there's nothing in there." I walk there every day, but I was adamant about what I saw. And she agreed that we would go for a walk together and visit that spot. It wasn't far from her house, and we arrived there that same afternoon. We got to the crossroads, and like she said, there was nothing there. No burrow/cave, just a flat spot where the crossroads met. No traces of it being dug up or buried. Grandma even asked me, "Are you sure it was here?" And I replied yes. She didn't think too much of it, chalking it up to a childish imagination, but she told me not to venture out there on my own again. We continued our walk, and I just stopped mentioning the event from then on out. But to this day, even all these years later, I still remember it quite vividly. I even find it strange I'm able to recall the details, and of course, I know memories can be distorted over time, and that we think we remember, but it may not always be the full picture since our brain fills in the blanks. But I don't feel like it was the case with this. I often contemplate what would have happened had I stepped closer, or worse, tried to enter the dark cave. I have read about evil places in forests around the world, or places where time and space can be warped somewhat. People walking into what they describe as a different timeline or other dimension. Maybe this was one of those places. My grandparents don't live there anymore. Grandpa passed away when I was 16, and my grandma moved to the city in the same building as me and my folks. We still own the house and land there, but I haven't been back in years. My dad goes to clean up and check things a few times a year. According to him, the house and land have almost been consumed by the vegetation. They cut the water and electricity so they wouldn't pay the bills, so it's not convenient going. But I do plan going there at some point, perhaps during my next time off or vacation from work. I really want to go back to the road, just to see if I feel anything. And now that I'm an adult with an interest in the paranormal, maybe I'll have some kind of revelation when I get there. My boyfriend and I camped through California, and we stayed at a campsite near Santa Barbara for 2 nights. The first night it was just us and another camper across from us, and the second night it was only us at the campgrounds. There wasn't much near this campground, and it was about a 30-minute drive into Santa Barbara. It had started raining around 2 a.m., which woke me up a little bit, and I was just lying there trying to get back to sleep. I was almost asleep when I heard what sounded like a car crash. I laid there for a second and then decided to ask my boyfriend if he was awake. He answered, so I asked him if he just heard what I heard. He said he had, and we decided to go check it out and make sure they were okay. We get out of the tent and grabbed the flashlight and started walking where we thought we heard the wreck happen. When this person hops back in their truck, turns their lights on and frantically leaves the campground. This freaks my boyfriend and I out because this person was driving the wrong way through the campground with his headlights on towards our campsite, and we were the only ones there. The campground was lined with large rocks, and that is what he ran into. The fact that he was creeping right through the campground like this makes me and my boyfriend believe that he was there with bad intentions, and we slept poorly for the rest of the night. When I was around 14, in 2003, I went on a camping trip with my mother and stepfather and 4 younger siblings. We were never a very well-off family. In fact, we were quite poor. I never went on holidays abroad, and we would always usually go camping to the same campsite, which felt like miles away, but in reality was less than 10 miles from the city where we lived. We had been there a few times previously and knew the campsite and surrounding area fairly well. It felt pretty safe and familiar. On this occasion, everything was going pretty normal, but I hated camping. My parents would always argue when it came to putting up the tent. It was pretty boring being in the woods, and I would normally be the one entertaining my siblings. I hated not having electricity, access to proper toilets or showers. It could be quite fun looking back, and I do have treasured memories I have with my stepdad who is no longer with us. Usually we would go on long hikes or bike rides, with my stepdad using maps to charter our way to a small village promising to get us all ice cream, which was a real treat as we never usually had it. On this camping trip, we were going to go on a 10-mile bike ride. Both my parents had their own bikes along with my sister and I. My stepdad's bike had the small trailer where my 3 younger siblings, all under the age of 5, sat. It was hard work going on these epic bike rides, but I rather enjoyed being in the middle of the woods surrounded by nature. We weren't in the middle of nowhere, but it was remote enough for it to be inaccessible to public transport. Only forest ranger type vehicles could access the roads. They weren't real paved roads with tarmac, more like dirt roads, which were only really suited for bicycles. During all the times we went camping, we never saw any other vehicles go down these roads. On this day, we were all cycling down this road when suddenly we heard the sounds of vehicles coming up slowly behind us. My stepdad in front of us, when he stops and tells us to move aside to let the vehicles come past. There's a sense of urgency and confusion in his tone, as he's unsure why there's even a vehicle here. The vehicle passes us, and we were expecting to see a forest ranger vehicle, you know, the 4x4 pickup or Land Rover kinds, But instead we see an estate/station wagon kind of car with a long body and large trunk with a window in the back. In the back of this station wagon, I see several large trash bags, and it's a very strange sight. I may only be a teenager, but this is a sight that sets off alarm bells for several reasons. One, this is not a car that is designed for going off-road in the woods. As previously mentioned, we have never encountered any vehicles down this bike road before. The person driving is clearly not lost, as they didn't stop to ask for directions. There are big black trash bags in the back of the car that look very suspicious. What I mean by this point is they are full and tied up very tight. We could all see into the back of the car, and I didn't see anything poking out of the bag to indicate it was full of garbage. The driver looked very rough, and I don't mean to sound rude, but he looked mean. I can't recall his features, just that he did not look like a friendly person that belonged in the countryside. He wore dark clothing. I think he was clean shaven with short hair. I just wish I remember more of what the guy looked like. As if this incident couldn't get any stranger, what took place next has left such an impression on me that I still recall the sense of fear that I felt at the time as I share this. The car drives on several more feet. The driver stops. For what feels like the longest time in my entire life, nothing happens. We're all watching the car. My stepdad told us to remain still. He's very serious, assessing the situation. Then the car's reverse lights come on, and the car starts reversing to us. My stepdad, who was in the army for several years, was one of the toughest guys I knew, goes into full-on panic mode and tells us to run. We don't even get on our bicycles to ride. Instead, we flee on foot, running with our bicycles through the woods until we find a railway bridge which we'd previously passed over. We never looked back. I have no idea if the man got out of his car to look for us. I don't know if he just continued driving. I had no idea what was in those bags. We never really spoke about what happened that day. I know it was something that seriously scared my stepdad because of his response, and it left us frightened about who I might encounter in the woods to this very day. When I was 8 years old, I was living in Milford, Michigan. There was a slightly wooded field across from my aunt's farm property, down from a mobile home park called Charles Lake. I was walking with her dog, who started digging, and I went over and picked up a jawbone. I thought it was cool, so I brought it home, and my aunt told me it must be an animal's jawbone, and I went home. I found out later they found a few victims of a serial killer called Leslie Allen Williams buried out there. It turns out that he had killed 4 girls from the area. I turned it over to police. I didn't want to keep some poor murdered girl's jawbone, even if the police wouldn't have needed it as evidence. Her family at least deserved the remains. It was a very unsettling experience all in all. My husband Paul is not a believer in the paranormal, the ghostly, or cryptids. I, on the other hand, love to read, watch videos, and hear stories of the eerie and supernatural that others have experienced or written about. Even though Paul is cynical and smirks at me when I attempt to interest him with a story or video that I think is compelling, he has had a few rather odd experiences. Here is one of them that occurred in early 1970. One day, Paul and his ex-wife Greta and a guy they knew called Bob took a drive far out in the desert in Bob's camper to drop some acid and explore an old ghost town called Tumco, just north of Yuma in Arizona. As they began to come onto the drug, Bob began to seem a bit strange, not dangerous or anything, but strange. Not normally as one would expect under the circumstances. They spread out a bit, each involved in their own trip, musing and interests. What was left of the town was basically old adobe foundations of limited interest in their current condition. As he explored his surroundings, Paul walked up a rise above Tumco to see what might be there and for the view it would provide. As he created the rise, he came upon a graveyard and began to explore and read some of the gravestones. Of course, they were all from 1850 and 60, and eventually, he found himself standing at the end of a cowboy's grave as he began musing about who had lived and died in this place, what their lives were like in this old mining town, and who this man may have been, and what might have been buried with him. With this thought, he began to develop a personality for the man who was buried here. He was a prominent man of Tumco who had made it big in mining. Therefore, he was a wealthy man, with property, nice clothes, good women, and probably had some expensive jewelry, maybe a ring of some value that was buried with him? What else could be there? What about the other graves? This train of thought led to, how long before it's okay to dig up a grave? How old does it have to be before no one cares? It's okay to dig up Egyptians, and at the time, it's okay to dig up Indians and people from the Middle Ages. It seems like it's been plenty long enough. 100 years, sure, why not? The graves are obvious in a state of neglect, so who would know, right? How long would it take? Could we do it in a few hours? But as he meandered down this avenue of thought, he got cold feet as he realized that probably the Victorians might still be a bit fresh, so maybe this wasn't such a great idea. The possibility of getting caught was too small, but still, the thought was intriguing. Finally, after some time, with his drug-induced daydreaming, he decided against grave robbing. He turned and began to walk away towards the camper to rejoin Greta and Bob. But just as he cleared the crest of the rise on his way back, thwack! From behind him, a cholla cactus ball slammed into the back of his lower right arm and stuck there. This was a bit of a shock to say the least. He immediately whirled around to see who the hell would do such a thing, but there was no one there. This left him feeling a bit perplexed, but although the thought crossed his mind that perhaps an angry ghost had tossed the cholla cactus ball at him for thinking of violating their graves, he dismissed it. He didn't believe in ghosts. He began rationalizing and decided maybe he had brushed up against one without realizing it. Then when he swung his arm back, he encountered it. However, there was still some cholla cacti in the vicinity. There were none anywhere close him though. A bit spooked, he pulled the painful cactus ball off his arm and proceeded back to the camper, followed by an eeriness that now seemed to cloak the town. But the strangeness did not end there. After rejoining Greta and Bob, Bob's strange vibes continued. Paul could not assess him or his motives at all. He was trying to figure out if maybe it was because Bob wanted to have more intimate relations with Greta, or maybe he was thinking of killing them. Why was he behaving so strangely? Bob continued to act strangely and a bit unpredictably, making everyone feel uncomfortable and wary. Finally, early in the evening, the decision was made to head back home. It was a long drive, so Greta climbed into the back of the camper, while Bob drove and Paul sat shotgun. The road was not paved and meandered along through the desert. As night fell, they were moving along slowly, still feeling a bit awkward, but things were beginning to mellow. As they rounded a bend into the road, they came upon a strange scene. At the side of the road, off about 50 yards or so, was, at best as Paul can describe, an eerie golden yellowish luminescent glowing craft. The glow seemed to surround us and at the same time was part of it. The craft was sitting on long legs, and there was a ramp dropped out from underneath with a couple of aliens in sort of whitish, sort of silverish suits. Bubble-headed, large, black-eyed, narrow chins on the tall side. Aliens in strange silverish suits walking down the ramp out of this glowing craft thing to join another couple of aliens already standing on the ground outside of it. As they slowly drove by, there was a moment of silence and incredulity. Then Paul turned to Bob and asked, "Did you just see that?" Bob nervously answered, "Yes." However, as they turned back to look for a second look, the scene had completely changed. There was a roaring fire reflecting off the metal of an old white truck with a silver camper shell on the back, and sitting around that roaring campfire, drinking their cups, were a handful of desert rats dressed in khaki-colored clothes. You know, the type of old fogies depicted in old westerns that have been out in the desert hunting for buried treasure, whose clothes match the desert. Yeah, like that. According to Ross Coulthart, a famous Australian journalist, There is a reported by the US Department of Defense that whatever this alien phenomenon is, they are able to manipulate and alter human consciousness and perception. At any rate, they finally got home wondering to this day what in the hell they saw. So maybe, just maybe, they really did see aliens. Oh, and by the way, Bob never murdered them, and nothing ever happened between him and Greta either.
I like the fact that they added the addendum at the end, like, oh hey, by the way, they're all good. No one died, no one got murdered, nothing bad happened. All's well that ends well. End scene. Like, I'm pretty sure no one was gonna expect, like, oh, did y'all get killed? What happened to the rest of the story? What happened to them? Just like, now, like, hey, they're all good. They went on with all their lives. They're still friends. The end. Like, aight.
So my great-grandpa fought in World War II. He was drafted in 1943 when he was 23. He's 103 years old now. Just a few days ago, he told me a story that he says is the most horrifying experience in his life. I asked him if it was about Japanese soldiers, because those guys were vicious back in the day. He told me no, it was something else. I don't know if this story's true or not, but it gave me chills. He said no one ever believed their story, but he still remembers it clear as day, and it still gives him nightmares when he dwells upon it. So, in 1943 he was stationed in the Philippines along with others to hold off the Japanese. However, one day he and his friend Samuel, who unfortunately passed away decades ago, got separated from their platoon. They were in a province making their way through the forest within the mountain area when they both got lost and separated. My great-grandpa forgot which province it was, but he said there were a lot of forests and villages. So he and Samuel were looking and calling out for their comrades.
Another CE, let's go.
Deeper and deeper till
Hell
they
yeah.
reached the end of the forest. I asked him, why didn't you just radio your platoon? He told me he did, but for some unknown reason the communications were scrambled and unintelligible. It concerned both him and Samuel, but Samuel said they needed to keep calm and tread carefully in case they ran into Japanese soldiers. So they both made it out of the forest, but then they noticed that the sun was about to set. My great-grandpa told Samuel that they needed to set up a camp, and Samuel agreed. That's when he noticed something off in the distance. It was a small wooden hut. They both decided to camp inside, so they made their way over to the hut. They knocked on the door and checked the place, but there were no signs of people anywhere, but there were clothes scattered around the ground. My great-grandpa said that maybe they fled in a panic, to which Samuel agreed. So my great-grandpa and Samuel set up camp and ate dinner. Samuel proposed the idea of taking shifts throughout the night to keep a lookout, just in case they get caught in their sleep by the Japanese. So they both woke each other up and took each place as a lookout while the other person slept. While great-grandpa was sleeping, Samuel abruptly woke him up and told him, "I spotted movement." My great-grandpa grabbed his rifle and asked him, "Where?" Samuel gave the binoculars to Grandpa and pointed in a direction. "I saw them in a field 300 yards away." Great-grandpa looked through the binoculars in the direction Samuel pointed at. At first he didn't see anything, but then he spotted something moving in the dark. However, when great-grandpa looked closer, it was just a wild boar. "It's just a pig," Grandpa told Samuel. Samuel took the binoculars to see for himself. "That's weird. It's just standing there," Samuel said. Grandpa looked at Samuel in confusion and asked what he meant. Samuel then said that the boar wasn't moving or anything, it was just staring at them from afar, and that it was starting to weird him out. Grandpa just laughed it off and told Samuel that it was probably just his mind playing tricks on him. But then something odd happened. The oil lamp that served as their light source inside the hut began going out. Grandpa went over to light it back up, and afterwards went back to his sleeping bag. But then the lights suddenly went out again, He went to check on it again, thinking the oil probably went out. But the strange thing was there was still plenty of oil. My great-grandpa lit it back up again and went back to sleep. But the flame went out again. That's when a terrified Samuel frantically went up to him and said, "It's gone." "What the hell are you talking about?" "The pig had just disappeared into thin air." At this point, Grandpa was starting to get freaked. Great-grandpa then asked him to explain. Samuel said that he was watching the boar through the binoculars when it suddenly just vanished out of existence. Suddenly, a loud thud came from above them, as if something landed on the roof. Great-grandpa and Samuel grabbed their rifles. "We need to get the hell out of here," Samuel said. Grandpa said the rest of the events that happened are one of the worst nightmares of his entire life. Great-grandpa told Samuel not to panic and stay low and quiet, so they did, while tightly gripping their guns close. A few moments later, Samuel started screaming. Grandpa turned on his light and saw something straight out of a horror movie. Something that looked like a ton which lodged in Samuel's neck. His friend was screaming in pain, trying to remove it from the neck. Great-grandpa snapped out of his shock and shot at the ceiling multiple times to hit whatever the tongue belonged to. After a few more shots, the tongue released Samuel and slowly retracted back into the hole on the ceiling. Samuel was gripping the side of his neck tightly and screaming as blood trickled down. Grandpa put a cloth against the wound and told him to keep pressure on it. After they collected all of their things and exited the cabin and made a break for it, Grandpa turned around and shined his light on the hut's roof. And what he saw, he described as the most evil-looking and ugliest thing he had ever seen. I asked him to describe what it looked like. He said it was humanoid. It had 2 gigantic wings that were bigger than its own body. The wings looked like a combination of a bat's and a hawk's. Its eyes were blood red and glowed in the dark, skin black as coal, wild unkept hair and huge fangs that were visible even through its closed mouth. It just sat there perching on the roof staring at them. Grandpa acted quickly. He raised his rifle and began shooting at the thing, unloading all the rounds in the gun's chamber. Samuel did the same. But to their astonishment, the creature was unfazed and just continued to stare at them unbothered. At that point, Grandpa and Samuel began screaming like maniacs while running for the hills. By some miracle, the creature did not pursue them. They were both so scared, and they didn't care if they ran into the enemy, so long as they didn't encounter whatever the hell that was again. They managed to make it till morning and came across a small village, where they rested in. That's when they learned from one of the locals that what attacked them was called an aswang, and that they were very common in the countryside. The locals told them that they were all in God's favor because they survived. After a few days, they were eventually reunited with their platoon. When they shared this story, only a few believed them, while the others thought they were probably drunk and ran into enemy gunfire, hence the injury on Samuel's neck. After the war ended, they all went home, but he could never forget the horrifying encounter that gave him severe PTSD. Samuel unfortunately passed away at the age of 80 due to a stroke. His story honestly freaked me out. I spent the good part of an hour googling aswangs and what they are. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I work as a child care professional, and one of the kids that I look after had recently gotten into hiking. I decided to take him to a really cool trail in Salt Fort State Park, where we were all set to hike to Hosak's cave after parking right near the beginning of the trailhead. The entire trail is about half a mile, which is why I chose this trail for our hike that day. I also chose this trail because any time I had been on it before, it was very busy and full of people, and a very popular spot which made me feel secure. However, this past summer, we had a cluster of several summer storms which caused massive damage to the trail. So to my surprise, it was much more difficult and completely empty. I wasn't bothered by the trail being obviously empty, because there was a small construction crew working on a bridge that was just barely visible from the trailhead. He was still up for the hike, despite the entire width of the trail being washed out until it was no more than a foot wide, with a 6 to 12 foot drop into a creek bed that is solid rock and several trees down. He is very athletic, and I was confident in his abilities, and he was so excited to tackle our adventure. We made it all the way to the platform that allows you to see the entire cave. There were many downed trees surrounding the platform, and it was actually closed at this point. But we had made it this far, so we decided to maneuver around the platform and proceeded that few hundred feet into the cave. We spent the most time in this area due to the difficulty, so I know exactly what it looked like. There were tree roots directly under the platform, and you could climb down on either side. It's also worth noting that Hosak's cave is much more like a cliff, with an overhanging rock formation and a trickle of waterfall directly in the middle. It's not a creepy closed-up cave, it's open and beautiful. We got to the cave and I noticed a candle that was not burning recently, but had at some point been sitting on a large rock that had a heart carved into it. I chalked it up to someone having a date or something and disregarded it. He wanted to climb to the top, where I noticed 2 more candles and 3 stacks of small rocks that had been stacked up by somebody. I definitely felt weird at this point, because it was about this time that he found a small puddle full of baby salamanders and wanted to catch them. It was the happiest I'd seen him in a very long time, and I didn't have the heart to tell him that it was time to go. So we spent about an hour catching baby salamanders, and I watched him have the time of his life. We finally decided to leave when we got to the platform. Dead center in the middle of the tree roots was a wet washcloth, hanging, that was absolutely not there before. He noticed it as well, but did not pick up the severity of the situation we were in. At that moment, I factually knew 2 things. Someone was watching us, and we did not see them, and they were now potentially hiding in the woods, and made it a point to not be seen but to leave an object to be noticed. There was no running back to the narrow trail, and I was not going to tell him that we might have been in danger. I told him to go in front of me, and just kept encouraging him that he was doing great over and over, and that seemed to speed him up naturally. I never saw anyone while we were on the trail. We got to the car and I locked the doors immediately. On our way out of the park, a very dirty man in his 30s came out of the woods and made it a point to stare at me with the most empty expression I've ever seen. The man followed me with his eyes and head as I drove by him, and continued to stare at me until I couldn't see him anymore. I knew the third fact at that point. He made it a point to make himself apparent to me, and that fact 1 and fact 2 were true. That scare stuck with me for days, and I considered counseling after it, as it scared and bothered me for several weeks, giving me anxiety. I tried to tell myself perhaps we were just interrupting his bath time, and he was camped and didn't want to startle us. After all, the crazy-looking man had ample time to do anything he wanted while we were catching salamanders. I just cannot in any way rationalize why he stared into my eyes the way he did, as if he wanted to go unnoticed. Deep down, I know that it's much more likely that it was a deliberate action intending to scare me. He never had any idea how panicked, and to this day it was the most fun I've ever seen him have. He brings it up regularly, and it was a very positive experience for him. It was one of the worst experiences ever, and it made me feel so sick and disturbed. For context, both me and my friend are reasonably scrawny teenage girls. We were camping, and it was very foggy outside, and it was like mid-evening. So my friend and I were hanging out at the beach, looking at all the sandcastles from the competition that took place earlier that day, and we had to use the bathroom and wash the sand off our feet. So we were washing her feet, and I was going to the bathroom, and I heard the distinct sound of keys jangling. So after I got out of the bathroom, my friend was waiting for me just outside, and I asked her if she'd seen anyone leave the bathroom, but she had just gotten there apparently. We were standing around when I heard the noise of keys again. I looked up and saw a man. He was in his mid to late 20s, early 30s at latest. He had extremely greasy blonde hair, sunken eyes, and a hoodie with the hood up. Overall, a pretty sketchy looking dude. He circled the bathrooms me and my friend were standing by a few times after that, but he was always watching us whenever we were in view, which I took note of. My friend still didn't notice though. A minute or two later, she asked me if I wanted to go sit at a picnic table with her, and I accepted because I wanted to get away from him. So we walked over to the table, but he followed us, and I know because of his key. We sat at the table, and she was talking to her boyfriend on Snapchat, and I was reading over her shoulder as I normally do. But while I was reading with her, I told her that the guy was watching us, and about what I noticed before we went to the table. As I was telling her about it, I felt like I was being watched, so I looked over and made direct eye contact with the guy who had the keys. After we both gave him an awkward smile, he broke eye contact and walked to another man who I didn't get a good look at. They kept looking at my friend and I, so we got up and walked over to the little playground near where we were, and we just kind of talked, but this time she was paying attention to where the guys were. Not even a minute later, the two men walked by over a small patch of woods that had a red car parked near it. Due to where I was sitting, I couldn't see the men anymore, but my friend could, and she said that the blonde one kept peeking back at us from behind a tree, and the other one was out of sight. So we decided to use this to our advantage as we ran over to the little restaurant type thing which gave us a clear view of them and a clear view of us. The blonde guy got into the car with who we believed to be the other guy. Now our fight or flight was kicking in, and we both chose flight. So we went behind the restaurant, which was closed and had been so for about an hour, ran down the stairs behind a transport truck that had been there since earlier. My friend and I looked out from behind the truck and saw the car from earlier circling around the area. So as soon as it was out of sight, we ran as fast as we could, and thankfully there were other people around, so we calmed down, knowing that the guys probably wouldn't come for us with other people there. We made it back to our campsite safely and watched movies and stuff before we went to bed. And we didn't see the guys for the rest of the trip. Now I know that probably wasn't the scariest encounter out there, but it left us shaken to the core, because who knows what would have happened if I wasn't always hyper aware of my surroundings. When I was around 12, my friend's dad Carl took us camping up in the Blue Mountains. My friend's aunt and uncle and some cousins would meet up there later with their fifth wheel. We got there and Carl started setting up the tent. The campsite was probably around 10 to 15 designated campsites with a small public bathroom, but we were the only people there. So while Carl was setting up the tent, my friend and I were farting around the big empty area, going down by the river and just being douchey 12-year-olds. We were around 40 to 50 feet away from our tent when this old little red pickup pulled in with an older couple inside. The man looked sickly, long, greasy hair, older and sweating profusely. These people get out of their truck and start telling Carl to pack up the tent to get out of there because we were in their campsite, even though the whole place was empty. My friend and I stopped what we were doing and started to watch and listen to the conversation because the guy started getting really angry, raising his voice at Carl and getting in his face and cussing him out. Carl is trying to defuse the situation, but the older guy goes back to his truck and grabs something from under the seat. He starts walking towards Carl, and in his hands is a machete. He's acting like he's going to attack Carl. Carl yells at us to get into the truck now, and he follows. We pull out of the campsite and called the ranger. The ranger came, and all he did was send the couple to another campsite down the road. My friend and I were terrified all night the guy was going to come back for us, especially when it got dark and we were exploring around the woods away from the adults and the campsite. Deep in the backcountry of Montana, my mom was hiking up a mountain to get to a crystal dig site. She got separated from her group near the end of a trail and was the first to reach the top of the mountain. As she stood on the trail, she saw what she described as a 4 by 6 foot piece of black cloth or silk whipping through the trees, hovering about 8 feet off the ground. She was startled but not afraid, as she sensed that the thing was aware of her presence and was fleeing from her as quickly as it could. She said it moved like the Ewoks moving through the trees in Star Wars. This occurred in 2017, and ever since my mum has posted on countless places online asking if anyone had seen this black silk thing in the woods, and for years no one ever had. But recently, a group that studies this sort of thing reached out to her and asked for more details, and informed her that it appears to be a new phenomenon, but sightings have been on the rise. If anyone has seen anything like it, I would love to hear about it. About 8 years ago, I was in class at VWU, in a building on downtown campus overlooking the river. It was probably about 8:30 to 9 a.m., a clear day with the sun beginning to rise. I was seated near the front, and the projector and fluorescent classroom lights were rather bright, so to give my eyes a little break, I turned to look out the window. After a moment or two, an object appeared and slowly flew past it. I was looking straight at it and watched it for about 15 seconds as it passed the 2 sets of windows and then went out of sight. It was a football-shaped, brushed, metallic kind of thing. The gold light of the sunrise reflected off it, with no obvious wings, tail, propellers, or lights. It made no sound that I could tell, and appeared to be on a gradual descent. This was mid-lecture, and of course no one else noticed. The professor was a bit serious, and I couldn't scream out, "Oh my god, guys, look, a UFO!" I was dying, though, that no one else had seen it, because I wanted to go, "What the hell is that?" In any case, I never in a million years thought I would see a UFO. I had always leaned towards the feeling that people were making UFO stories up, or that they were imagining things. I have no idea what it was that I saw, other than being 100% sure that I saw it. I got such a good look at it. I was able to notice all the details, and this was pre-drones, but it also looked nothing like any drone I've ever seen since, and was definitely not an airplane. I'm an outdoorsman. I'm very experienced in hunting, camping, hiking, and general survival, and I'm very familiar and used to wildlife. And I was charged by what I believe to be a cryptid called the Dogman. It charged me and my cousin. It was not a bear cannot move how it did, and it was not a normal wolf, as they cannot comfortably run on 2 legs, whereas what charged us seemed natural at doing so. This happened around June or July of 2007. I was 17 years old and more cocky then, but still knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in northwest Wisconsin, and I basically grew up there in the summer. I knew the woods well, but at night, it was wise to stay in the cabin or at least by the bonfire of the beach, because of bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things were if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night, you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day, the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy. That is until this incident. So this happened somewhere between midday and 2. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo, he was not, and I retreated onto the ATV trail in the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters into about a third of the way up the trail. We'd had enough at this point, and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail talking, and he was maybe 10 feet in front of me, when I decided to mess with him. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze. Then I realized the woods were dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw looked like a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. It wasn't normal. This wolf was on two legs, crouching next to a tree, with its arm grasping the tree with its clawed hand. It had reddish-brown fur, and I just told my cousin simply that we had to go. The next thing I knew, he is sprinting, and I looked back at Wolfie, who had locked eyes and sprinted a few steps on 2 feet, and then I turned and ran. When it looked like Wolfie was dropping to all fours, it charged us and sounded right on our asses, barreling through the brush, but for whatever reason let us go when we broke out of the tree line and headed for the cabin. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. It appeared to be nearly 7 feet tall when upright, and that where it should have had its front paws appeared to have large clawed hands. Now I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally, and I've heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know, they can't sprint on 2 legs. Nor do wolves get that big, and black bears more waddle on 2 legs. The closest description is silly, a werewolf or dogman, but I can't for the life of me think of anything else that sounds remotely similar to the events I saw that day. I was in Edinburgh with a few friends, and we had booked one of these tours around the old town that takes you through the underground vaults. Towards the end of the underground vaults tour, I was at the back of the group and peeked into one of the rooms where there was a man just casually leaning against a wall, 1 foot propped up against the wall, arms folded. His clothes looked quite old too. I couldn't really recall much about him other than that, as initially I thought maybe he was an actor who was just going to come out behind us and scare us, so I quickly popped my head back out and continued on without saying another word.
I didn't mean to do that skill.
Anyone coming up behind
Oh yeah,
us,
that doesn't bite
and
me in the
it didn't
ass
really
later.
seem like that kind of tour to begin with. Some people have suggested the guy may have just been on his
We'll
lunch break.
see if it does.
But what got to me was that
At least I
he was
didn't
just
do
in
the
vault
second
by
skill
himself,
of the
leaning
Mystic
against
Code.
a wall in the dark.
Then I'd be a
Seemed
little
bit odd
worried.
to me. Maybe a ghost, maybe not. But I do wonder who it was and why he was there. About 10 years ago, there were 4 of us walking through the woods local to us. To get to the best entrance to the woods, you have to walk through a crematorium. There was me, Thomas, Lisa, and Alice, and we had all planned to go camping in the woods. We had been camping in these woods on many occasions, and I had a very easygoing mum, so the parents of the other 3 would call my mum to ask if we were having a sleepover at my house. My mum, being so nice, said we could. We were all 13 at the time. We were walking through the woods to where we normally camped, and on the way, we walked past a man with an axe. He didn't speak, just stared us out. We walked on and brushed it off. That night went on as you would expect. Having fun, trying to drink and not be sick, and just have a laugh with friends. We went in the woods to sleep at around 3 a.m. About 20 minutes later, we heard what sounded like trees being axed down. The sound echoed around the woods and made us all alert. This went on for about 5 minutes, and then as soon as it started, Thomas joked about the man with an axe, and Alice got rather upset with him. Time had passed, and as we were just about to sleep, we heard footsteps approaching. They were circling around our tent. We all sat up in shock and began to panic. We heard logs of wood being dropped outside the tent. We could feel the wood as it struck the floor, and we gained the courage to look out of the tent as we peered out. He was there, sat on the floor, staring into the tent as we opened it. We all bailed and ran as fast as we could from the woods. All this time, we never heard him talk. 10 years on, none of us have stepped
we do one
into
more
those
run,
woods again.
and then we'll let
My partner and I
AP
were on
build back
Vancouver
up,
Island,
and
British
then we'll
Columbia,
take a little break, and
doing
then
what
swap
most
over
couples
to do
Take a
some
van, put a
Star Rail
mattress in the
pulls.
back, and drive around the island, camping in random woods. The weekend we
I think
chose
we've
was
grinded out
particularly
plenty
busy,
tonight,
so every campsite was full.
and I'm
thing with
starting to get
Vancouver
just a little bit sleepy.
Is that it's a lot of
So I'd rather
lovely
do
roads between
pulls
poles.
now. That
We
way
were
I don't
traveling from one
accidentally
old-growth
doze off in
forest
the
to
chair.
another when it was getting dark. We found a random turnoff that had an old gate ripped off, very common, and pulled
And also
into
this
an
way, if the
area
polls
lakeside.
do take a little bit longer
As we
than
pulled
I
up, we
expect
noticed
them
there was a
to,
fire with another couple, one other van,
I don't have to
and a
worry
tent
about
on the
having to
other
take
side.
too long and
We got
going
out,
way,
chatted
way
with the
longer than I
couple who
hoped.
were quite nice, and asked about the tent. Turns out it was empty when they got there the night before. Now this wasn't some run-down tent. It was quite new, had a brand new
And now I can get
books lying around the fireplace,
other
a hammock
phone
strewn about,
charged
but whatever,
up.
we didn't give it a second thought. My partner and I went to bed early, got up and the van was gone, but the tent was still empty. We didn't think anything of it, so went into town, which was a little way off.
Which apparently I only need to
We
do
did some
2
hikes
more
this morning
interludes on
and decided to
JP,
go back to our
and then I'll get
lakeside camping spot.
another 10 more
When we
quartz,
returned, the tent was
which
still
is going to
there.
help out so
At this
much.
point, we were wondering. It's been 3 days and no one, with all the gear lying around.
Because then we'll
My
have
mind is now
about
going into the worst scenario. Oh God, has someone perished in there? At this point, the sun is setting. and we're
13
both freaking
multis
ourselves out.
uh,
My partner starts
to do when
joking
OC4
about
comes out.
vampires, but I decide to look in the tent. I very reluctantly open it, and it's empty. But there is a note inside in French. Thankfully, my partner speaks French and translates it. It turns out 2 friends of this person had come to this spot expecting to meet some girl 4 days before we had gotten to this site, which means the tent had been there for at least 4 days. Now we're thinking, God, what if the person was kidnapped or killed and was staying here? Or what if some murderer is on the loose? At this point, we didn't want to drive anywhere since it was starting to get dark, and everywhere else we saw
That one
was
is.
full. This is when all of a sudden, out of the bushes, comes a small shadow which scared the crap out of us. It's a pet rabbit. It hops over to us, and we notice there's rabbit food under a tarp near the tent. Probably 45 minutes later, another couple drove in with a van, and we chatted with them a bit. Which
Ooh, we're gonna hit 147 by the time the event is over.
We ended
Hell
up
yes.
reporting the tent
That's
to
gonna
the
help out
police,
quite a bit
but
with
as
AP
usual was the
actually.
case, there was
Oh, I'm
never
so
any
happy.
follow-up. I really do wonder what happened there.
We're at 13,000. Hey, yo. Yeah, that'll be it for the spooky stories. Let's see, that's the 600 per box times 10. I think it would be what, 6,000? I want to say. Yeah. So that's 10, 20. Because we're at 5 boxes now. So that'll put us at 25. Which, honestly, is not bad. I'm just hoping that we'll get more CEs to drop. So that way I can just have, like, every single slot. Other than, like, the 1 damage CE. Be like MLB, so we get a lot more in the long run. Oh, that's gonna be so good. So, yeah, we're just gonna let that build up now. Which for a small FGO event grind session tonight. Holy shit, we got so much. Yeah, we can clear out a bit of the shop. So I'll worry about that later. And then of course tomorrow, whenever AP builds back up, we can grind through the rest of this round, and then whenever it resets again, what does it go through all of this over again for round 3? Go through all of these, get them knocked out, and we should be good. Well, in theory, anyway. But I'm gonna let that happen. I'm gonna go ahead and boot up Star Rail. We'll get everything swapped over really quick. Ah, shit, I gotta log in anyway. Alright, there we go. Got it switched over. So. Yay. Yay. Make sure it's actually good. Alright, it's probably Capture Card is probably gonna freeze and all that other stuff. So if it does, I will just fix it once I get back. So get that. Then we'll pull. Ow. Bit in some right now. Yeah, we'll do pulls when we get back. I gotta do a whole homecoming, whatever that stuff is. But yeah, so I can take a little bit of a break really quick. So if anyone else needs to get something to eat, drink, or do whatever else, now would be a good time to do so. Once we get back, it is more gotcha time. So little BRB action and get everything swapped around and we'll be good. So get her back.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a
Alrighty.
why we lose.
Righty. It is more gacha time. But this time around, we're going to be doing some Star Rail Gacha. Because, yes, it is me, your Dwagon, from the local Dragon VStreamer, back from the breaky break. We're going to get just another drink, and also stretch my leggies a little bit more. But we are back, and we're now going to be doing some pulls. Might try and get a little bit more Jade if I can, try and figure out what all I can do. If I can do anything to try and get some more Jade and possibly more tickets or whatever. Before we do the pulls, and hopefully we will get lucky. Because if not, I don't know, we'll just kind of play things by ear. But either way, though, we're now done with FGO for the night, because I grinded out as much as I really wanted to tonight. Because I didn't want to really go through a lot of apples, a lot of my gold apples tonight. I'd rather save that for like the home stretch for round 3. That way, if I wanted to go through like grind mode, I could just hammer it out like next week and just get it all done. So we'll keep working on that throughout the week. I'll grind out more during FF14 for the Tuesday stream, and then we'll see how much we'll get done with that tomorrow. But for now, let's do some Star Rail stuff, and if we get anything good, I might turn it into a little session, which I might do so anyway. I don't know, but we'll see. But either way, do truly appreciate y'all hanging out, chilling, chatting, vibing, lurking, hanging out, all that good stuff. Much appreciated. Hope you had a good time with FGO and the spooky stories. We might listen to more of it next week, but again, we'll see. So, as always, thank you very much for an awesome time still tonight. As always, if you're still here lurking Ori from the raid earlier, thank you for still sticking around. You're awesome. Just a quick reminder, if you're lurking, I appreciate the lurk. Just remember, you can either mute the tab, or you can turn the volume down on the stream. Just don't mute the stream itself. And that way, your view can still count. Helps out a lot more than you think, and I say thank ya, cause you're awesome and much appreciated. So, without any further ado, pause that. Hey, we're still good. We're so good as far as like game goes. So I don't have to worry about having to do anything with the capture card. But do, however, need to, claim all of that. Go through all of this. Wait a minute. Dr. Ratio is getting a rerun? What? Well, at least we're skipping that banner. here's the thing. I also really want to go for really want to go for Acheron's light cone. Mainly because it's gonna help her out so much more. But I just don't have... I just don't have the jade for that. Otherwise, I totally would. Yeah, we could probably do that later anyway. And while I would read through this, there's a lot of dialogue for these, and I'd rather not try and go through all of them. Got 20 days. This. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Oh yeah, I can also clean the whole relic thing, which I was gonna wait because like I still want to see which character I want to do it for. Which I'm kind of leaning towards like Acheron maybe? Acheron or Hua maybe. Brana wouldn't be a bad one. I mean, Welt wouldn't be a bad one either, because I can probably actually use him a little bit. Fuck, I don't know. I might do Bronya, honestly. And I'll worry about that later. Oh yeah, I still been doing login shit. I should have been doing. Wow, that 1600 is gonna help out so much. Oh my god. Oh, that's gonna help out so much. Alright, oh yeah, we can actually get that done and get 30 more. That's story stuff, I don't want to do that yet. King of the Baths. Well, at least nothing else. We get 30 jade, which is gonna help out quite a bit. Again, these chimeras are adorable. If they ever have like plushes of any of these, like official like merch, I might buy one. I'm not gonna lie, I might buy one. Ah, work champion medal, nice. Alright, more jade is always good. Let's see, do I have anything from the store we can get? Oh yeah, we can also get one of these characters if we so want one. Which I have all of them, except the Ranmei, so I'm probably just gonna get her. Which I could actually just choose her and build her, which wouldn't be a bad idea. I already have Losha, we have Himiko, Bronya, well, Jupard, Yanqing, Bailu. Yeah, we have all of them. We got Ranmei. And I don't think we get any, yeah. No tickets yet. But we can, however... Let's see, we're gonna choose Ranmei. Alright, because that way it's like it'll save us time and will help with trying to figure out what to build. Yeah, so we have 44 tickets that we can try, and then we do more jade, we get another 27, which is gonna put us at 71. So if we're lucky, we could probably hit soft pity for Castress. And if it goes really well, like it did with Juyuan, we might go for her light cone. But yeah, you know, plus we should be able to get some tickets from this as well, if we're lucky. But yeah, so first 10 pull on Castress banner. Will we get her? Maybe. Let's find out. Alright, let's see who it is. Which I also did take out, I took out Welt, Bailu, and Yanqing, and put in, Zila, Blade, and I forget who the other one was. I think it's what, Fushun? I think that's who it is. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Maybe I should take out Himiko instead. God damn it. Well, that's a fucking, that's a 10 pull right there if I've ever seen one. What does that put her at? I think that makes her, what, E2? Yup.
The Express's path bridges the stars, as if it were a string of shimmering pearls.
2% where damage HP is 50% or less. Not bad. Because here's the funny thing, I'm okay with getting more Himiko than I am more Welt. Alright, so Gallagher is now
Careful. Don't get too
E5.
lost in sweet dreams.
One more and he's maxed out, which is okay. Alright, back to Castris. Alright. Actually, I'm curious though. So yeah, we were literally like, what, pity of what? 5? So yeah, it would have been like a pity of like 10 before we got another Himiko. Alright, 10 pull number 2. I just can't believe it got a 5 on the first multi, or the first 10 pull. Which, in my opinion, is still fucking crazy. The payload, which we don't need anymore. Alright, 10 pull number 3. What? Link should almost be maxed out, right? I gotta see what Link's is at. She should be maxed out by now, right? Oh, she's E3.
Everyone needs some time
Wow.
alone.
I'll gladly take more Links, because he's a really good healer. Alright, 10 pull number 4. I'll take it. Hey, I heard you like light cones. We have a deal on light cones. Would you like some light cones? Fuck. Temple number 5, I believe. Alright, now Gallagher is maxed out. Alright, any more Gallagher? We'll just go to whatever. Temple number 6, I think? I've already lost count. More links, I'll take it. Alright, and then, I believe it's gonna be pool number 7. I'm pretty sure 7. So we might be able to get more tickets after this one, but, it's gonna be close. Because we're at 16. 17. But let's see if we're gonna get anyone good, because we're basically at 60 after this. Let's see if we get anything from this. Nope, got nothing. Absolutely nothing. Alright, links is good. And it makes links. Gallagher, yeah, Gallagher's maxed out.
Careful. Don't get too lost in those sweet dreams.
And then links is at E5.
Some time alone. Everyone needs some time alone.
Yeah, one more, she's done. I mean, can we do that and get, we might be able to do this, get some, more jade. And we might be able to do, another temple, maybe. We're at 7. We're at 8. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. Just looking for you. Yes, I said somebody want to bring a coffee, tea, and pixie, but again, I've been rejected. Native English, you stop. There's a tea bar, so space, somebody think about naughty jowls. And it's just figured it out. That looks pretty neat. Let's open it up. Paradox. I probably be over. As traveling thing manager, some of these games would run a prime star rail award as an exhibition manager. Potential take boost from all of the cosmetic fight, film familiar characters, assist on the exhibition together. Be able to get rich, reach any level and make the exhibition even more lively. Alright. That's our first day trial operations. It's time for something. So we can do that, open up another one. Alright. Each booth belongs to one of 3 exhibitors, so we need commercial fun. Places in the master exhibit area can be placed in the exhibition area. Ah. I'll level up your assistance. Alright. Oh shit. Only pom-pom delivery of 1 time. Gotta send some supplies via express delivery for everyone. Yeah, it's pretty cool if you only use it in the express. After early exhibition starts, pom delivery available periodically. Try cargo and hand them off to corresponding assistant to claim express rewards. Delivery items with lots of go coins, time and entry tickets. Rookies rated for saying also increased amount of coins were rewarded by. Ooh. Hey, we got March. Another one. Ooh, another Himiko and a Welt. Another one. Ooh, another Don Hung. Nice. Ooh, put them together. Ooh. More money! Fuck yes. Ooh, we got Sunday. Revenue from Robin 100%. Nice. I am making so much money. Oh, another Sunday. Nice. So we need what? 14... Yeah, 14k. I'll put up the next one. I'm not gonna lie, this is like very chill and relaxing, and I kind of like it. Conference almost done. Wasn't that tough? Huh. Another Sunday, alright. And ooh, another Sunday. So we need 360,000. Another Himiko, nice. And another March, let's go. Hey, March is up and about. Hi, March. Nice of you to get out of bed for once. Oh, damn. That's actually gonna help out a lot. Wow, we have a lot to do. Just starting an unlocked video appear on the calendar. Ah. Alright, Himiko is leveled up. Nice. Hey, we got Robin. Let's go. And Sunday is upgraded. Guess the right day exhibition, check it out. After the exhibition started, you guys the currency will appear periodically. It's just their story. Ooh. Increase revenue per second, also increase the amount of coins rewarded by. Ooh. SS? Damn. Alright, venue level 2. Revenue from acquisition gas plus. Ooh, 30%, let's go. Hey. Alright, so we need Welt to pop up. So we need 10 mil? Okay, research is now open. Hmm. Ooh, more revenue, let's go. Yeah, let's retry that. I think we get better. See, much better. Hey, one more Don Hung with him. Ooh, Firefly, let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Best waifu in the motherfucking game, let's go. A commemoration area will be like over here, I think. Damn, nice. Ooh, Don Hung, nice. And the March. Another Firefly. Ooh, now we get golden tickets? And if any logo increases the accuracy buff changes it quarterly. Ooh. More revenue from March and Don Hung, let's go. What is... What is... Ooh. Oh yeah, we could do the gold ones, yes. Answer memories. We got... Ooh, we got Civil Wolf. Entertainment area. And another whelp. Ooh. Oh. Ooh, we got Rappa. And a level up to March? Hell yeah. Another civil. Ooh, we got a lot of good on that one. Really, another civil? Really? Ooh, Robin, hell yeah. And a, ooh, upgrade a civil. Ooh. Damn. I was hoping for the SS. That would have been way good. 1.2 billion? We are earning so much revenue, and I am all for this. Hey, we got Jiaochu. Ooh, Aventurine? More Firefly? Hell yeah. Ooh, Face Shao? Nice. And we need to put on Firefly and, Firefly... Hey, we got Boot Hill! Hell yeah. Like, we need to put, Firefly and, Civil Wolf on at some point. Let's retry. We can get at least an S, right? Hell yeah. Alright, so we gotta level up to 90. Also, I kind of did start a little late earlier because I was like, just like 5 minutes late. So it works out. Damn. Guess we got Boot Hill. I'm just curious as to how we're gonna get the last two, over here. Hmm. Oh, we gotta level up Civil Wolf. God damn it. Wait a minute, can I level him up from here? Oh my god, I can. I really don't know how we're gonna get what is like. Because I'm assuming the T is probably like trillion. And that's supposed to be like. Like the next thing above billion. What my assumption would be. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Alright, so space station is done. Maybe we gotta focus on Urillo. case we need. Yeah, we need Civil Wolf pretty bad. Ooh, Bronya. I'm one special guest? What? Also, keep in mind that this is all still for trying to get a lot of jade, so we can still be pulling for Castras. Ah, yes, the Herda. Not much different from a Herda, except it's the Herda. Because I still have no idea why they chose the name. So we need Face Show and Entertainment. Where is Face Show anyway? We need Joucha as well. Alright. Hey, we got Motza. So we can put him on now. And we'll get even more. Alright, it's actually not bad. shit, it's 2 o'clock. Fuck. I didn't realize what time it is. Fuck, I don't want to keep doing this. It's actually a lot of fun. Dick. Oh, hey, Ronix. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I may or may not have been addicted to this for a while. But we did have, when we did the polls earlier, first 10 poll we did, we got a 5-star. And after that, I got literally nothing. How's my mouse feeling? Right now, pretty good. Pretty good. Like, it hasn't been too bad, luckily. So we need 50 trillion in order to unlock the next area. Which we're almost there. And now we are. But yeah, we'll do some polls here in a little bit. We have a lot of the diamonds we can go through. So we're gonna upgrade 2 assistants to level 200. Jesus Christ. God damn. What is this? Good God. Person Aberrant likes Avid going, good coins drop. The game to live. Damn. How's the full stream going? Stream's been going pretty well. Grinded out the event on FGO for a little while. Listened to some spooky stories. Hey, we got Black Swan. And Topaz. Ooh, we got Sparkle. Rappa got leveled up. We got Jade. Mozilla got leveled up. Robin Jiaochu got leveled up. Alright, now we have Yurillo done. Now we can work on the Lawfu. Ooh, that's gonna make it so much better. Just so you collect all. Oh my god, yes. Oh, that's gonna be so satisfying. So we just need to worry about more assistance. Ooh, we could do the... Oh, we could do those. When we get to venue 7, we can do that. Oh! That's 1. And that's another one. Oh, that is so satisfying. Oh, we didn't get to venue 10? Oh. Alright, I gotcha now. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, so we got more jade. We can do one more 10 pull. Because we're basically at soft pity again. Which it doesn't show it, but we did 5. And it was... It was 11 because I got Himiko. And we did 7. No, we did 6. 362. So yeah, we be at soft pity again. Will we get her on this one? Who knows? It's final attempt, basically. Will we get her? Maybe. Let's find out. The answer is no. Answer is a big fat no. So that puts that 5. So let's see, 160 times 5. I think we would need like 900 jade. I think. Look, we're pretty much already there. Do I bite the bullet Or do I say maybe next time and then just build up for Anaxa? Because Anaxa is gonna be the only wind AoE character we're gonna have for probably a while. Because, like, his banner is gonna come up on probably Wednesday. And if anything, we could probably do story, get Jade from doing the story, and then pull on his banner, probably get him super early. And then if I decide to drop a little bit, I can try and go for his light cone. But yeah, considering it's 2:30, probably a better idea to hold off on till her rerun, which I tried. I really did try to get her, but Himiko said, "Nah, bitch, you ain't getting her yet. I'm here," and it's like, you stupid whore, how dare you? How dare you spook me? Apparently she's like, hey, Welt's not here to spook you anymore. It's my job now. It's like, fuck you. You stupid bitch. But I'm gonna get everything swapped over really quick and then we will wrap it up. So give me like a couple minutes and I'll get everything swapped over. I know, I was like, yay! Immediate 5-star, like, hell yeah! And then it was like, Himiko just came in through the door like, hell nah, bitch! Hell nah. Hell nah, Kaiman, hell nah. And I'm like, fuck. Maybe we'll get lucky in the next, like, 5 or 6 temples, and it's like, no, it's like, fuck. But man, it happens. It is usually how my gacha luck goes. Unfortunately. It's always like, hey, you really want this? Like, I'm like, yes, please, I would really, really love it. And then it'd be like, hell nah, you get nothing. I'm like, but I really want it. It's like, hell nah. Hell nah, Kaiman, hell nah. You get nothing. Nothing. And I'm like, alright. Alright, fine. Fine, I suppose. Fine. But either way, though, it was still a really good gacha night because we got a lot of the event done on FGO and surprised Himiko, but no Castris, unfortunately. Which hey, at least we built pity for Anaxa, so. Whenever it rolls around next month, I'll get whatever tickets from the shop when resets. I do like a quick 10 pull on Saturday. Well, actually, we might do it Thursday because I probably have it update if it has update Wednesday, and then Thursday we could probably do an Anaxa pull at the end if you get him or not. Well, it really depends on how many tickets we'll have at that point. But either way, I gotta wrap it up there because it is getting to the point where I need to start heading off and get some sleepies for work. That way I can get stuff done when I get home from work. So, as always, I do truly appreciate y'all hanging out, chilling, chatting, vibe, lurking, hanging out, all that good stuff. Hope you had a good time with the stream tonight, because I for sure did. It was a lot of fun getting to grind out more event stuff and work on a bunch of other stuff. So, I'll also get the Star Rail polls from tonight highlighted, and I'll work on getting that edited on Wednesday. And I'll try and have it up by Friday if I can. I will do my best. But, as always, if you're new, join at the beginning, probably through you stumbled on in, or if you stuck around from the raid earlier, which if you did, thank you for sticking around. You're awesome. Much appreciated. It means a lot to me, so thank you. You want to support the stream, consider dropping a follow. It is a purple button below the stream. You click that, get a nice little pop-up notification that pops up here on Twitch anytime I go live. In the top right corner, you click that and you pop over here, chill, vibe, and hang out with everyone else. And just have a good old time with the stream. It'd be a pleasure to have you. So, again, free to follow. Get some pretty cool follower emotes to use for free anytime you're here. Don't gotta pay for them emotes. They're absolutely free. And use them whenever you're here. And every follow does help out the stream. It means a lot to me. Gets us closer to the good old 2K mark, because we're slowly but surely getting there. Every little bit does help, so thanks again. You want to follow me elsewhere? Do have a Twitter, or X as they call it nowadays. And a Blue Sky as well, because I do post whenever I go live here on Twitch. Stream schedule will also be posted there every week. Always going to be the pinned message. So if you want to see what I am streaming for the week, go to either one or both. Check it out. Get notified there. In addition to other good stuff. In addition, like YouTube. They do post whenever a new YouTube video goes up on the main YouTube channel. So if you follow me on either one or both, it means a lot. Thanks again. Whether it be about streams or other random stuff. Enjoy. Thanks again. Speaking of YouTube, I do have a VOD channel. That way if you missed a stream or if you want to see what happened during a particular part of a stream, go there. Watch the VOD, have it as background noise. Either one is fine with me. So if you do drop a sub, it means a lot. Get, like notified when the VOD goes up. Which I will try and get VODs out later this week, because I have to get previous VOD edited back together and then upload that to the VOD channel. So Wednesday is going to be slightly busy for editing, but I'll get it done and I'll have it all pushed out on Thursday, so be on the lookout for that. But in the meantime, you have the main YouTube channel right there. If you want more original stuff, whether it is Gacha, Halo, Pokemon, whatever else, be up on that channel for y'all to enjoy. Gacha being like FGO, Star Rail, ZZZ. Anytime there's a new banner up, we'll do some polls, see if we get lucky or not, or unlucky. And then I will turn that session into some little video. That way, if you can't make it to the session or just want to see the main highlights or a shorter version of the polls, I'll get it edited and uploaded usually the Friday after we do the polls. So like Star Rail tonight, I'll get it highlighted, edited Wednesday, try and get it uploaded for Friday, so you don't have to wait very long for a new Gacha vid when we do the polls. And then every Monday is when a new Halo highlight will go up on YouTube, because every week, usually every Thursday, we play Halo, whether it is MCC or Infinite. Might play Halo solo, have a nice solo chill night, or we might play with friends, just hang out, vibe, chill, just play some Halo and have fun. And then I'll turn the Halo stuff into some little highlight, get it edited every weekend, get it ready for a Monday, because every Monday is, like I said, want to go when a new Halo highlight goes up, so you don't have to wait very long for a new highlight to be uploaded, which the latest YouTube video was the highlight from last Thursday, so enjoy that one. Has some pretty good moments in it, so hope y'all enjoy it. And then Pokemon videos will be uploaded every Wednesday. No set time on Wednesday, but they will be uploaded every Wednesday for y'all to enjoy. Right now, we're back in the swing of doing Nuzlocke with Alpha Sapphire. The latest episode was number 4, that went up last Wednesday. And then this Wednesday is going to be number 5. I bulk recorded 4 and 5 back to back. So all I got to do later is get episode 5 uploaded and scheduled and get the thumbnail for it made as well. But in the meantime, there is a playlist of the previous episodes if you want to get caught up before Wednesday. And then there's also a playlist of the previous ROM hack of Shiny Gold Sigma. And then the other Nuzlocke of Heart Gold and Fire Red as well. So you can watch those and enjoy them and have a good time. And then any other videos, if I decide to do anything else, I'll let y'all know first. Like, got some ideas I want to do, that I will record them, edit them, upload them if I have any remaining free time with everything else going on. So YouTube link right there. Click the link, drop a sub, get notified when a new video goes up on that channel. If you do drop a sub, helps to grow it out, and it means a lot to me, so thank y'all very much. Hope y'all enjoy the videos on that channel, and if you do enjoy all that stuff, consider letting other people know, spread the word. That way we can get more people over there to enjoy all of that good stuff. And if you do that, much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And then last but not least, I have a Discord as well. If you want to join us, click the link right there. If the link doesn't work, just let me know. I can get the link working again. And then you can join the server, hang out with some awesome people, be chill, comfy vibe with everyone, and just have a good all-around good time. And it would be a pleasure to have you. So again, if you join the server, welcome to the server. Be a pleasure to have you. Because you get notified when a new tweet goes up or a new post goes up on either Twitter or Blue Sky. New video or VOD gets uploaded to either YouTube channel. And whenever I go live here on the Twitch, I do it because I do notify the server. So again, link right there. Join the server. If you do join the server, welcome to the Cave Called Wonderful, wonderful place. It would be a pleasure to have you. So thanks again. So, hell of a night. One heck of a night. I'm actually kind of impressed it went as well as it did. The yay. Big yay. But unfortunately we must call it a night. So we shall be raiding a good friend. I think we have raided them before, but we shall do so again, because why the heck not? So let's get this baby underway. So again, thank y'all very much for an awesome stream. I had a lot of fun. I hope y'all did as well. So thanks again. Next stream is going to be Tuesday, so tomorrow, I guess later today, where we will be playing more FF14, get Samurai grinded up some more, and maybe do some FGO on the side as well. So it's going to be a good old time. But we're going to be rating our good friend R2, who's currently playing some Metal Gear Solid. OG Metal Gear Solid. So I'm going to drop by, say hi, with some good stream and all that good stuff. So do support them. They are an awesome friend, and they do deserve all the heckin' support. So follow them. They're really good. And of course, raid and message as always is a good old-fashioned Dragon raid. If you're subbed or you have 100 channel points, use the huggy emote. Send some hugs and good vibes their way. So copy and paste that, and yeah. So, again, thank you very much for an awesome stream. I gotta get some sleep. So y'all have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will catch y'all later. Bye.
Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe.